And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another welcome back to another season of the round here of the OSC mid-season playoffs, this time number 2, the second mid-season playoffs of the year of 2025. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the second season. Again, we just wrapped up with OSC mid-season playoffs number 1 last week. It was only last week that we wrapped up, and this week we have now begun the second season. For those that are curious as to what this event is, basically OSC is a big tournament organizer. They partner with almost every online tournament, and all these online tournaments provide points to be to actually build up towards these season playoffs. Here, this is the mid-season, again nearing in towards the end of year finals, the end of year championship, if you will. It's basically like the world finals for online tournaments. So when it comes to online events, here you have the best of the best. Do you see someone pointing out the amount of Protosses? I mean, if you're familiar with online tournaments, you would know that they are very Protoss dominant. That's why we have 26 Protoss players, 10 Terran, and 9 Zerg. Let's go, baby, let's go. So again, because online tournaments are often, again, we often do see a lot of Protoss. We're going to be seeing a lot of Protoss here as well, as of course, baby, as always. But we have our lineups. We have our lineups of matches. We do have 7 best of 3s ready for you tonight. This is day 2. I believe Steadfast was live earlier with the first day, with the first set of matches. We are here with the second set of matches. Oh boy. We've got a lot of matches up ahead of us. First, speaking of PvP, we have our first PvP of the evening. We have Rebellion versus Pappy facing off in that Protoss versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Again, this event typically lasts a couple of months just because there are so many players and so many matches, and it's double elimination as well. So expect this to last around 2 months, maybe 3, but around 2 months is kind of what we expect when it comes to the length of this tournament as we jump into the first game, as we jump into our first series. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Pappy. Hi, Pappy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. With the pink Protoss, we have the South Korean Protoss. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Here we go. Whew. Again, there's going to be a lot of matches this morning, a lot of matches to come, of course, and it's going to be a busy day for us here on the CranKy Ducklings as we're going to be starting the evening or starting the day off with the OSC mid-season playoffs. Later on tonight, we have the RSL Season 2 playoffs, and then after that, we have the Pond cast. So we have 3 casts tonight, back to back to back to back. Whew. We'll do our best, Pappy. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. So now our players are settling in. So far, we have our standard openers. Rebellion does fan out with one of his workers, and we'll keep an eye on him when it comes to his pylon placement. This could be a fake proxy pylon, could be a proxy Stargate, could be a proxy robo, could be real, could be fake. And as we're seeing our probe get in position here, this wouldn't be a bad location for a proxy Stargate. It is closer by air, and it's a little bit further back, so it's going to be harder to scout. We'll see what he commits into. As we have Pappy coming in with his probe scouts. Does move in. Evermir does dip in. Confirms that the pylon is missing. The pylon has been thrown down. The probe is sticking around. The side core is almost done. And we're expecting a proxy tech structure. Leaning towards Stargate, but we have seen proxy robo just be here, right above the ramp, which is a more common location. And there it is, proxy robo, 1 base all in at Rebellion. So Rebellion, he commits into his all-in. Back at home, Pappy going to be opening up in a standard fashion. Third pylon back at home as well. So standard opener, he's setting up for an expansion. This is a bold move here by Pappy. He is gambling a little bit. You can do this against a Stargate or even against a fake proxy pylon, but against a 1 base robo, against a 1 base all-in, we have to be careful here. And this might just be a misread out of Pappy. He's moving out with the hallucination, but that also means he has a 1 less stalker to work with to defend back at home. He has a more of a sentry-based opener. Oh, probe moves out. He does check the standard proxy locations. But again, this is not standard, it's further back. And as a result, it will go by unscattered. Oh, Pappy does expand. Does go for the Nexus, which means delayed Robo, delayed tech. Is going for the Robo opener, but that's after the Nexus itself. So a late Robo out of Pappy. Harstem moving in. Este Pappy. Harstem will be denied the shade. So far, Pappy, he's holding. He's holding, he's defending. Prism has arrived. We have a third gateway back at home. So again, one base, Robo, 3 gateways. Vamonos, Pappy, vamonos. So Rebellion drops into the main base. Pappy, he does not see this sword up second one-shot probes. He's going for the mineral line. He's going for the economy. Does step in. So far, just get... Oh, nice force field. A nice force field, does shade back, does shade away, and Rebellion has lost nothing so far. And now Pappy knows. Now he knows, okay, proxy Robo. He knows for a certain 100%. Ideally, he does want a shield battery in the main base as well, so one of the natural, one of the shield battery, just because of the prism, you can poke in and out between these bases. You can rotate. Harstem get 1 probe so far. They get 2. They get 3 towards the end, but Harstem, once again, they barely get saved by Rebellion, by that prism. Nice save. Immortals are amassing. And it is going to be a tough hold here for Pappy. There's that second shield battery in the main base. He's ready for the rotation. Rebellion's moving in. Army gets spotted. It is go time. Does catch a couple of sentries, and again he has the War Prism, so he can just toggle back. Ideally, Rebellion, he should not lose a single unit. He can preserve them. He has the micro potential, and Pappy does not. As from here, he locks down the Immortal. Doesn't quite get on top of it. They're bleeding out a couple of units. Setup's going to be going down. They're bleeding out a couple of gateway units. Meanwhile, where's that second? Oh, there we go. Sorry, third Immortals coming in. Really getting more ground. Does we go a Stalker. Does go Stalker. The Immortals getting very low. Rebellion does save. Yeah, he pulls back, hot pickup. Saves the Immortals. Pappy, he has his own. But he's beating out a lot of gateway units. It may have just been a little bit too late. Again, Harstem do a great job here just tanking. Tanking Stalkers, tanking Immortals. Harstem moving in. Oh no! Bit of an overextension. And Rebellion, he has broken the natural base. He breaks through the main gateway army, takes on the pylon. Only 2 Immortals remaining. The juggling has been decent, but again, Pappy, he was unable to save the rest of his army. He just gets outscaled. And yeah, he will lose everything here. GG gets called. Rebellion does overwhelm, and Rebellion takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG. Rebellion does take a lead in the series. Again, Pappy, he unfortunately did misread initially. He went for the expansion. He delayed his own Robo. He also delayed his War Prism as well. It is a hard call to make, to wait for a second Immortal or to make a War Prism. The War Prism just adds so much more micro potential, and you're able to build up and preserve your army over time. Without it, you bleed out gateway units, and then eventually, sure, you save your Immortals, but not much else. Not much else with that. GG well played. Rebellion, he pops off with the all-in. Also a more unique location for the proxy, just because it was further back than usual, so a little bit harder to scout. GG. GG well played. Now we're getting to game 2, and we'll see if Pappy can bounce back. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if you can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Pappy. Hey, Pappy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss. It is Rebellion. Leading the series 1-0. Go. So players do open up. And we'll see if we go for another one base all in. We'll see if we go for another proxy. Now, the scary thing about PvP is that you can go for another proxy. It doesn't have to be a one base all in. It could be a proxy Stargate for harassment. It could be a fake proxy pylon. So I wouldn't be opposed to Rebellion, once again, sending out a probe across the map and throwing down a pylon. And not going for a proxy robo, but instead trying to get into the head of his opponent and try to force an overreaction. And then get ahead that way. So Rebellion, he has kind of set the tone, set the pace for the game, for the series. We have our 2-gate openers, probes, they do pass by each other. Do pass by. See the chat? Yes, he's our boy. I have to watch my words. I have to make sure I don't say the word too much when casting Bappy, because it's just a part of my vocabulary. Aye. The word loses all meaning when casting him. I have to be careful. Be careful. For now, we do not have a pylon, so no fake proxy pylon here. Second pylon's in the main base Rebellion. Bappy does scout, Bappy does confirm, and with that, both players are going for a standard opener. No proxies, no fake proxies. We're calming down, we're settling in. Stalker Sentry opener out of Rebellion, Stalker Sentry out of Bappy as well. So far so good. From here we expand. We do have a pylon block out of Rebellion to delay said expansion. Bappy doing the same thing. So far, mirror builds. Ooh, that is a robo before expansion. Now, a couple of things here. Proxy robo is a one base all in, of course. Fun fact, you can still one base all in with a robo back at home. You don't have to actually proxy it. So if we throw down a third gateway here, we can commit, but it looks like Rebellion is poised to expand. We'll see if he does go for it. He's banking resources. Looks like he should be expanding. So robo opener into Nexus. This looks like a much safer way to open up, assuming that we do expand, and we will be. Back at home, Bappy going for the faster Nexus and going for a Twilight Council follow-up. So the dynamic that we're going to be seeing here is that Bappy's going to have a more mobile composition with Blink Stalkers. He'll have map control. He'll have Mass Blink Stalker. With that, he can contain Rebellion, potentially outposition Rebellion and get some damage done. Meanwhile, what's Rebellion going to have? He's opening up Prism to harass, then into early Immortal production, and in a head-on fight, Rebellion will have the advantage instead, because they'll have Mass Immortal. Hallucination does scout, does confirm, and we'll see the natural base. So he's aware that this is not an all-in, and also aware that he has to be wary of something like a War Prism. Setups to do thread in the shade. Reminds me of Alpha from Power Rangers. Aye. Oh no. Not like this. Trying to think of what he says. It's been too long, Bappy. It's been too long. For now. Do have our Immortal production underway. As we mentioned, again, with a robo base opener, you will have the Immortal lead. Prism into the main base. There are Stalkers in position, and Bappy will deflect. Oh! Will deflect. Will zone away. Double adept on the right hand side. So far, Rebellion does pull out. No major damage yet. Just keeping Bappy busy. Behind this going to Glaives, this is indicative of a 2-base all-in. I believe you can get a third with this, but the goal here, the role here, is to build up to 3-4 Immortals and then send it across the map with Mass Glaive Adept. Adepts, they do an amazing job when it comes to tanking. You saw a glimpse of that last game, actually. If you remember, Rebellion, when he was going for the all-in, what was he reinforcing with? Not with Stalkers, with Adepts. Adepts, they don't really do much damage to the opposing army, but they do an amazing job tanking. Like, they tank a lot of Stalker hits, they tank a lot of Immortal hits as well. It takes a lot of hits to actually bring them down, and it's not really about them doing damage, because what do you have doing damage? The Immortals, right? You have the high Immortal count in the back line. That's the backbone of the army, dishing out all the damage. The Adepts, they do a great job just, again, buffering for them. Pappy expands. Pappy does expand. A massive gateway explosion, 2 base all in. As again, this is just confirmation. 2 base all in here. 6 gates set up on 2 bases. Immortals are building up. That's going to be the 3rd immortal. And Rebellion is going to send it across the map. And Pappy, is he being too greedy here? The hallucination should confirm he's being active on the map. But Rebellion, he does bypass the main army. Oh, actually trying to collapse in. Going for the Stalkers. Blink is on cooldown. Yeah, Blink is on cooldown. Losing 2 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Pappy getting punished. Does counterattack, trying to buy some time. Runs into another immortal. There are immortals everywhere. And here comes Rebellion, rallying everything across the map. Back at home, what do we have? The 3rd base is Baron. We do have 1, 2 shield batteries at the natural base. We have a 3rd shield battery on the way. We have cannons on the way as well. We have a nice defensive setup here. Sentries can buy some time. +1 can factor in eventually. Oh, nice backstab. Does get 4 Stalkers, sorry, 4 probes here in the natural, in the mineral line. The 4 Stalkers, they pop up. Rebellion moving in. The other added bonus and benefit here of having Masquerade Adept is that you can threaten shades and you can force your opponent to split off their army. To split off the army, to respond, the 3rd base goes down. This doesn't really matter too much. Rebellion needs more than this. He doesn't have a 3rd of his own. Needs more damage. As Rebellion, he's down in workers. We do see a massive wall of Stalkers. Pappy is ready. At the same time, does backstab once again. Gets 3 more probes. More Rebellion is going for it. Does force field, zones away a good chunk of Stalkers. Has to be careful about his angle of attack as the Immortals are doing nothing. Yeah, the Immortals are just locked back. Pappy does take the better fight. So far, so good. Again, the force fields were on point, just zoning back those Immortals. These Stalkers, they still harass, they still deal more economic damage. And Rebellion, over time, he's running out of steam. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Pappy. Oh! As Rebellion tries to catch some of those Stalkers, takes down some of the sentries. Sentries going down. Pappy's running out of force fields. I believe he has, what, 1 force field left. That's a lot of Stalkers. And can he dive in? I think Pappy might just have enough. And from here he should. So we're warping more depths. Immortals are good, but against this many Stalkers with +1, they're about to have +2, by the way. +2 Stalkers. But we can be proactive here. I think Pappy is maybe respecting Rebellion a little bit too much. He has a large enough army to chase and to snipe. And again, behind this Rebellion, he barely has an economy. He was losing so many workers earlier. And again, there's no reason for Pappy not to be active because remember, he has Blink. Like if he ever overextends, if he gets caught out, he can always blink away, right? He has the mobility on his side. We can send it, Pappy. We can send it. He's getting +3. Against the 0-0 army of Rebellion. Rebellion up to 5 Immortals, soon to be 6. 6 Immortals on the way. War Prism here towards the main. And no shot Rebellion expands. Not in this kind of game state. That's not going to happen. He's moving out. Now again, unfortunately, throughout all this, Pappy, he could be waiting for him here on top of the ramp. Could be getting free shots off on sentries, free shots off on the depths. So you can just out micro and out trade. Rebellion rotates. Prism into the main. Pappy's waiting. Pappy's ready. Solid deflection. Rebellion's looking for a way in. I mean, he has 6, soon to be 7 immortals. So he's looking for a way up the ramp. Army supply in favor of Rebellion. Okay, he's still got a lot of immortals. Shouldn't commit to the shade. +3 is soon to kick in. We have a wall of cannons, more shield batteries. The idea that he wants to take a fight with his side defense as well. Oh. So far has a better concave. Kites back, a lot of the immortals are not adding their DPS. And I'm trying to shade in. Force wheels, they zone away the immortals. So better fight here for Pappy. It does our trade, picks up more adepts. More adepts going down. The immortals are now pushing in. And that's going to be how many? 7. 7 immortals. They break the expansion. Expansion's going to be going down. Pappy, he never took his gas at the natural. Ooh, he's actually starving for gas. Which means he kind of warped into additional stalkers. He supply blocks. No! Pappy! He kind of warped in. Immortals are pushing forward. Moving forward here, Pappy taking up into a bay, into its disruptors. Looks like one. Not bad. So yeah, 1 immortal, down to 6. And once again, diving in. Yeah, down to 4, down to 3. 3 immortals left. They got a lot of damage done. Jesus. They shell away at the stalkers. Again, Pappy, he has the better worker count, he has the higher economy, but he's lacking gases. He's heavily oversaturated. The economy not actually coming into play. And the immortals are moving in. Still only 3 though. Cannons are helping to defend. Disruptors on the way. Can we get those Nevers? So Rebellion is slowly building up that immortal count. Another one's on the way, getting up to 5. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the Never's out. The Disruptor. Let's go. Never goes up. And he does graze the army. Takes in a handful of adepts. Does graze one of the immortals. But last we were hoping for a little bit more. So Rebellion looking down those stalkers. A lot of stalkers not able to fight. Gonna be zoned away. The boys are being pulled into glaive adepts. Oh, doesn't quite get the disruptor. It does wing forward, does go for the knife. Nice juggling, nice control. But we're running out of support. Oh my god. Casanova doesn't quite connect, but he's down to 5 immortals. Oh god. Can he take the fight? Down to 3, down to 1. 1 immortal left. Pappy, he holds, he survives, he cleans up the entire army, but behind this, where exactly are we? GG gets called. Pappy, he holds, and Rebellion taps out. Pappy ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Not the cleanest defense there out of Pappy. Again, he didn't take his gases at the natural, so when he was forced onto 2 bases, he was very much so gas starved. He couldn't warp in, he was supply blocked as well, so a shaky defense there, but Pappy does survive, does persevere. We're going to the ace match. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends, as game 3 is going to be on Hecate. Okay. It's been a while. Here for OSC, there is an extended map pool, which means we have our regular ladder maps, but we also have some added extra maps that were voted on by the community. And Hecate is one of them. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss tying up the series 1-1, surviving the all-in. It is Pappy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Oh, and again, Pappy, thankfully, over time, he was able to preserve his Stalkers, able to gain value, able to snipe those Immortals whenever he could, of course. I do still think that Pappy, he, again, had a really tentative approach. I think he could have been much more proactive with his Stalkers to pick off more units over time and punish the more immobile army of Rebellion. So there were definitely some slip-ups here and there. Meanwhile, Cannon Rush. What is happening? Forge is on the way, and Rebellion, he's moving out, setting up the pylon, setting up for the cannons. Oh boy. Cannon rushes are a thing in PvP. If you're curious, how do you stop a cannon rush? How do you counter a cannon rush? Typically, once you realize what's going on, the defending Protoss player should throw down their own forge and start their own cannons, and start their own defensive cannons. And with that, you kind of make a line. You can make a line of defense, I should say, and the opposing player should not be able to advance forward. So defensive cannons are typically the best response to this, but so far unscouted. Happy he's moving out with his probe scouts. Ooh, Rebellion sitting up in the main. Pylon is seen, and he's walling up. He's walling up. This low ground cannon will be able to protect the high ground pylon from the boys, from a zealot as well, from melee units. Yep, there it is. Probes are going down, and the cannon rush is continuing, and this is dangerous. Oh, good. If we can get within range of the mineral line, that's game. That's game then and there. That is the win condition. Get into the mineral line. Pappy threw down the proxy pylon himself, but the cannons are coming. He has no zealot production. The Stalker is now on the way. It's a little bit late. Getting a proxy Stargate across the map. But these cannons will finish. The cannons will finish. And mining is being denied. He shuts down the mining. Probes are going down. More cannons are finishing. Again, getting further within range of the mineral line. And I think that's just game. There's no warp gate. There's no warp gate because of the proxy Stargate. Oh no. Defensively back at home, we can get some cannons. For now, extra gateway. Extra gates, probes are falling again, zero economy here. Ah, no. Going for the production as well. There's a Void Ray on the way. Void Ray has potential. Here comes the defensive cannons. Cybercore as well. Now, this Void Ray could kill everything in the main base. It could come in from a different angle and depower the cannon and focus on the pylons. The problem, though, is that we just have nothing else here. Like, the probes, can they leave? Oh no! Does barely leave. You can see Rebellion just trying to wall off. Failed to do so. Failed to wall. Pappy gets out. He escapes. He can't afford anything. He can afford a pylon. As Vorder is moving in. Ooh, I'll take some hits. Going for the cannon. Stalkers have been chronoed, and that's going to be game. If he was able to break this position before the Stalkers, different story. But the Stalkers are out. So Void Ray goes down. GG gets called, and Rebellion, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Este Rebellion. Pappy does take the series, does advance on. Again, some cheeky moves, some cheeky play, going for the cannon rush. As you saw, unfortunately, it was a late reaction by Pappy. He did invest into the Stargate across the map, so no warp gate, no defensive forge, no defensive setup there, and the cannons, they just had free reign. They had free reign to just advance on into the bases, into the mineral line, and that was the win condition. GG. GG, well played. There was potential with the Void Ray if Rebellion didn't have Stalkers at home, but he had 2 gateways. He had the Cybercore, he had Stalkers on the way, he had defenses. GG. GG. And with that, Rebellion does advance on into the next round, and we're here to follow him into that next series. Oh boy. Un momento. Here we go. As from here, we do have a TVP Terran vs Protoss between Spirit and Rebellion. Spirit, of course, coming in as one of the best Terran players in all of Europe. I'll say top three alongside Clem and Big Gabe. Spirit is here as the favorite player. We'll see if Rebellion can shut him down, as Rebellion, as you've seen, can be a very quirky player at times. We saw a lot of shenanigans in PvP, and he does have some unique Stargate builds against Terran as well in PvT. Let's go. Let us go. As it looks like game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. As spawning in the bottom right corner of Ultra Love, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing ROC Esports. It is a Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. So coming into this, I do favor Spirit coming into this series. Fun fact, I wasn't really thinking too much of Spirit coming into the post EWC kind of off season, just because he's been less active. But Spirit actually looked quite impressive during the Maestros of the Game preliminary stage. I believe we casted Spirit versus Down and then went all the way to the ace match. I was very, very impressed by Spirit, by his TVP. He is going to be the favorite player coming into this, but as I mentioned before, Rebellion has some cheeky builds. He has some cheeky builds where you can catch your opponent off guard. We'll see if you can catch Spirit with his pants down. We'll see if you can catch him. So here we go. Probe does move out across the map. Pick up the ramp. From here, Economic Opener out of Spears is going for a single gas, so Racks expand out of our Terran player. Going for a more economic start. Rebellion, he's here to confirm, and here to delay. See in the chat, sometimes the advantage is just down. I've seen it before. Sometimes that's just where they be. True. They just be down. No one knows how they got there. So now we're settling into the game. Of course, welcome one to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, known for aggression early on. We've spoken about this before, but Ultra Love is typically a map of extremes. Either the game ends early, or we end up in a longer, insanely long macro game. Typically one or the other. Very rarely do we get anything in between, as we have our Twilight Council opener out of Rebellion. Okay. Does open Twilight Council, most likely into Blink. I say most likely, I always want to, like, you know, leave a little bit of wiggle room there, because Rebellion, he's willing to do some crazy builds, and I don't know, going to like a glaive all in or going to charge. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Of course, you remember we casted Zound versus Beyond last night, and Zound did have a weird 7-gate 2-base Mass Glaive Adept all in against Beyond, which did not work, but but hey, he did something crazy that I'd never seen before, at least in a very, very long time. Didn't work out, but I appreciated it nonetheless. Blink Stalkers. It is going to be Blink, so standard opener out of Rebellion. With this, we have 2-gate Blink. We typically should be going for a 3rd gateway, otherwise Rebellion could cut some corners and go for a faster 3rd base instead. As Rebellion is settling in. Here comes the initial drop here from Spirit, moving out with a double Widowmine and a Marine drop. The goal here is to get economic damage. And gases are being taken. Okay, with these extra gases being taken, this does look like a robo. We're going for a faster attack on 2 bases. Drop moves in, Widowmine does burrow, does not burrow. Hellions, they come into support. Doesn't waste the mine shot, nice on burrow. Does on board, does reserve that Widowmine shot. So far, no major damage. Ooh, goes off on a probe. 1 probe goes down. Rebellion, come, Jesus. Rebellion not losing anything, losing one probe for Widowmine, Hellions, and some Marines. The Hellions will go for the dive into the main base, but there's a shield battery in the main, and Rebellion, he will shut this down. Again, barely losing anything, losing one worker. So a very clean defense here by Rebellion. Behind this, it was a 2-gate blink with extra gases first, followed by a delayed third base. So an interesting setup here from Rebellion. Usually we'd go for a third base before the gases. This time it was after. Oh. Spirit is turned away. And back at home, it is going to be that standard 3-1-1 follow-up. Getting to bio. No mech, not here. I know that mech has been very trendy in TVP as of late, from players like Clem, like Maru, like Cure, Bunny, Gabe, true. Spirit lesser. I am curious to see if he does embrace mech at some point in this series, but not in game 1. Not in game 1. Stalkers, they poke in. Poke in, they pull away. Getting a handful of SCVs, no major losses. And Spirit is expanding. So he's not setting up for a 2-base all in, he's taking his own 3rd CC. We're building up in towards a longer game. Both players are. So we're all building up. Rebellion getting into his nice feedback, getting into a splash damage choice, so going into Storm. Storm is on the way alongside Charge. We are lacking a Forge, which is interesting to me. If we stay on a lower gas count, if we throw down more gateways, Rebellion, he's committing quite hard to this. Again, we've seen this before. If the goal is to skip the Forge, the plan is to go for an all-in. To go for an all-in on 3 bases, to commit, and to break the Terran. Storm is not done. How many gateways? So far, getting up to 7. Spirit does go for his move out. Is spotted. See Rebellion slowing him down. Doesn't quite get the Marine. Storm is ready. Tank does siege. Oh, one zone does land. Lands 1. Oh, we'll lose 2 High Templar though. It's 2 Templar going down. Storm across. Jeez, how many storms do we have? Wait, what? Oh, we have the K3. As we only have 1 High Templar across the map. Lands a storm in the mineral line. Bold move here by Rebellion, not having that storm to defend back at home. But he's holding. So far, so good. He is holding on. Rebellion, he does miss a macro cycle. He does miss some warp-ins. As he was banking up to almost 1,000 minerals. Bring down more gates. Fourth base on the way. Once again, Storm across the map, gets 3 more CVs. So far defending with 3 High Templar. Oh! Bit of miscontrol. Calm down. Spirit does rotate over. Heads towards the bases. Let's rotate in. Rebellion going for the dive. He does have 3 storms. Yeah, storms are coming. Takes down the tank. And trying to get a little bit closer here. The storms land on Marauders, not on the Marines. Nice control out of Spirit. He pulls away. It pulls away, preserves the army. Storm drop back into the natural. Oh no, the Zelt's gonna go down. And still very tense. But now Spirit, he has a way to answer for the storms. He has EMPs. The ghosts are out. Does land one EMP, takes down 2 White Templar. Very nice. Meanwhile, warping into the natural. Oh. And then he pulls away in time. Denies mining at the natural mineral line. Doesn't really kill many SCVs. Ooh, and we'll lose 1 High Templar. Yeah, Templar goes down. That was an expensive loss for Rebellion. Spirit, he does catch the army, not bad. Catching at the Archons, catching at the High Templar. The Zealot drops, they're getting some damage here, but for the most part, Spirit, he's overwhelming. Spirit, he's just outscaling Rebellion. Rebellion trying to mass expand. Once again, has been missing some warp-ins as he's banking up a lot of minerals here. Rebellion, we gotta tighten up. We gotta tighten up, back. Has throwing down cannons, shield batteries, has been missing warp-ins. Storm trying to pop up. Snipes the High Templar. And the main army's distracted at the same time. Spirit is going for the throat, going straight for the natural, and there's nothing here to defend. Yeah, there's nothing here. Lands EMPs, ensures no recall. So massive EMPs. Boss is moving in. Gets one of the ghosts. The base goes down instantly. And we can just straight for the main. Just go straight for the main base. Rebellion is racing on over to defend. And 19 probes going down. And Spirit, he will snowball out of control. Camps of production. Takes down the natural and the main base. And again, Rebellion, he was just nowhere to be found. Was unable to recall. Lost 22 probes. And Spirit, he's still about to max out. Like, he's looking insane. He's about to max. Now taking his 4th base. Has that economic lead. Head economically. Heading upgrades. I mentioned before that seeing the lack of Forge did make it look like Rebellion was going for an all-in. But he expanded. Like, he backed off, he expanded. That's why Rebellion still has 0-0. He still has 0-0 upgrades. He wasn't really set up for a longer game. But we found ourselves here. Oeste, bom día, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? How are you? Ah, estoy bien, papi, estoy bien. Poco cansado, poco. Oh my god, brutal EMP. EMP goes up, catching every High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. And from here, Spirit, he can go for the kill. He can go for the throats. Collapsing in, takes down the final Colossus. Remember, 0 storms. EMPs were on point. And the army just crumbles. The Protoss army just melts. Just cannot keep up. Is Rebellion Korean? Yes. Rebellion, he's Korean. He's a semi-pro. Rebellion's been around for a very, very long time. I think he debuted back in like 2016? 2015? It's been a long time. Rebellion, he used to go by Gyelzing back in the day. Gyelzing. As you may recall that name from the early Elite Leagues and early Lei Fang Cups. That's really going to try to make his final stand once again. The EMPs, they just keep connecting. What do we have? Any Templar left? We have one Templar remaining. Storm tries to go up. Tries to. And again, Spirit, he's maxed. He's maxed out. He can't just force his way forward. Once again, EMPs, they land with the Archon, with the Zealots, with the everything. And the Protoss Army just cannot engage, not effectively. Storm is better towards the end. But there's still Vikings left over. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Spirit, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series. GG. Ooh, again, Rebellion, he had an interesting build. Again, just very, very low upgrades. He didn't prioritize them. He did rush into Storm earlier on, and with that, he was able to defend. He was able to harass a little bit, but the harassment was lackluster. He would kill like 3-4 SCVs at a time, negligible losses, and likewise, he never really had any pushing power either. I assumed that he was going to try to be more aggressive just because he was being outscaled over time, but no, he was kind of stuck at home, and he was looking very rough around the edges as well. We saw a lot of resources banking. We saw a lot of missed warp ins as well. The macro was rough around the edges there for our Protoss player, and Spirit was on point. Spirit, he was locked in. He was locked in. And with that, Spirit does take a lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Oh, game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay. Loading into one of the larger maps of the map pool. And we'll see if Rebellion does open Stargates. If he does, there's something to get into there. I look forward to it. I hope so. But now spawning in the bottom right corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the blue Terran for RSC Esports. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. Beautiful. We go. Of course, among SE2 people is Renyaur's team. Renyaur's kind of clan, I should say. So a lot of the Koreans got together. Rebellion, Lunacy, Renyaur. I think even 3 Point joined the clan as well. Among many of the others. Oh, Spirit does mix things up. This time going double gas. So double gas to open it out of our Polish Terran player. With this is going for a faster factory into a delayed CC. We can go into a more tech-heavy start and more aggressive start as well. We'll see where Spirit takes us, as he does actually hide his SCV. Okay. He hides his worker. He can come in from behind and attempt to delay the expansion. What's the plan? Wait, are we going proxy factory? No shot. The Rax is done. We have the money for it. He does not eBay block. Show us the factory. There it is. There it is. Proxy factory at a Spirit. Proxy 111. No shot. With this, he can make Hellions across the map and go for drop play. Otherwise, he can go Tech Lab into Proxy Tank? Question mark. Rebellion's having fun. he's having fun, Pappy. Let's go. So the factory is on the way. Rebellion, he did go in for a probe scout, but he was denied due to the Marine. So Rebellion, he's working with incomplete information. He does not know what's going on. He doesn't know, Pat. He doesn't know. And yep, there it is. We have the reactor, we have the starport, so I'm leaning more towards reactor to Hellion play into Hellion drop. Otherwise, this could be Widowmine play instead, but I feel like if we were going for that, we would prioritize further upgrades as well. Show us what you got. Oh wait, no, that's the tech lab. It's okay. I looked at the production tab. I saw the reactor, so I assumed the reactor was on the factory. That's not true. Reactor was on the Rex. Instead, we're going for proxy Cyclone. Okay. Este Spirit is going for the Cyclone. Now Rebellion does open up very, very safely, actually going for a robo base opener. With this, Rebellion has access to early immortal production. This is a very safe way to open up, but he does need to chrono out that immortal and figure out what the hell's happening. Oh, he takes up. Fast Twilight Council. Uh-oh. So he's gonna have 2 gates. He's gonna have 2 gateways, 1 shield battery. Robe is now done. But due to the Twilight Council, he's going for the Observer. The army has arrived. The Observer's not gonna help. So far, Rebellion holding his own. Oh, a Spirit, he drops into the main. Going for the pylon. Pylon's under fire. Oh. Let's pull back. Nothing major yet. The tank has arrived, and again, he's going for that pylon. If he can... He canceled! Canceled the Immortal. And going for the Prism instead. He's going to get punished, though. Losing a Stalker, losing 1, losing 2. 2 Stalkers left. Now he's second-guessing himself. He cancels the Prism, goes back into the Immortal. Now I realize what's going on. The Immortal would have been done by now. Rebellion. The boys are being pulled. Now, thankfully, the Immortal will pop out. But we could have gone up to 2. That's from here, sniping the tech. Charge is on the way. We got a tech lap. Going into Banshee play. And that's where it's moving in. He's moving in, he's going for the kill. There's 2 shield batteries, 1 tank is going to be targeted down, but there's still another tank left over. The tank volumes are brutal, and the Immortal does fall. GG gets called, there's nothing left to defend. And Spirit, he will take the series 2-0. Taking down Rebellion and advancing on into the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations Spirit. He will claim the series. Again, a very cheeky build out of Spirit. Unfortunately, Rebellion, he had a bit of a misread early on, and then he panicked. If you recall, he was making the Observer because he made the Twilight Council. Following that, he did make the Immortal. Then he canceled the Immortal. He started making a War Prism. Then he canceled the War Prism. Then he started making the Immortal once again. So again, just very indecisive play there by Rebellion. It did seem like he was panicking a little bit when it comes to how to defend and what to set up. If he had invested into the Immortals from the beginning, then he would have been able to have maybe 2 Immortals towards that final fight to focus down those tanks. Likewise, he was unfortunately losing the Cybercore, so he couldn't warp in. He had no charge either. Like, it's all falling apart. GG, well played. Spirit will claim the series, and Spirit does advance on. GG, well played. Bearing in mind that no one is being eliminated tonight, these are all upper bracket matches. It is a massive double elimination tournament, so all these players are losing their series. They have another chance in that lower bracket. Do you have another chance? Exclamation be in the chat. Have a look back yourselves. True. Bearing in mind that I don't think the Wikipedia page has been updated. I mean, the Wikipedia page only shows like later rounds, so it has limited updates. But the challenge page is also available. Challenge is there. As we're getting ready for our next series, our next best of 3. Still here in the upper portion of the bracket. Just quickly catching up here. So Spirit, he does advance on to face off against the winner of Trigger, Percival, and Hatsu. So we have Percival versus Hatsu. Winner of that goes up against Trigger. Winner of that goes up against Spirit. So we're here in the upper second half of the bracket. Let's go. We have our Terran versus Zerg matchup as we're loading into ley lines. Loading into ley lines here. Percival coming in as the heavy favorites, but Hatsu has caused upsets in the past. Has been able to cheese out their opponents. Let's go. See if we can pull that off again. As spawning in the right hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran. We have the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the pink Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. We go. Our ZVT is upon us. And again, Hatsu is known for aggression, known for some crazy all-ins at times, but can also play standard as well. True. And also play standard. We'll see where Hatsu takes us. Likewise, Percival is typically very active and very aggressive in the mid-game. That is where Percival typically does thrive. In said mid-game setup. Players are building up. Again, so far, Hatch Gas pull out a Hatsu standard opener. Likewise, Rax Expand out of Percival. We can just settle in, we can calm down. Let's go. Bearing in mind, we will be following this series into Trigger after this. Again, Trigger is waiting for either Percival or Hatsu. We will follow. Oh, right, also before I forget, if you're in the chat, predictions, they should be open. There we go. Predictions, they should be open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Let's go. Is this live? Yes, yes. We are live, Pappy. We are live. We are here. So it's expanding. So far, still no major signs of aggression. I say that I spoke too soon. Hatsu does stay in gas, and this is indicative of something more tech heavy here. It is standard once you get your first 100 gas to pull out a gas and to start working towards mineral income and droning up and saturating. The fact that we're staying in gas here is either indicative of a faster baneliness for a Bane bust, a Roach Warren, or a fast lair. What's it going to be? At this level play, we don't often mine gas for no reason. Reaper pokes in. And we'll see what this is going to be for here. Because again, this is a lot of gas. It's a lot of gas here for Hatsu. Behind this person, we're getting into a 1-1-1 delayed third CC. I do like this for our Terran. So a hyper aggressive start out of Percival. And we have the answer here. What was the gas for? Roaches. So it is going to be a roach rush out of Hatsu. The Reaper hasn't really seen much. Did not check the main base. Percival did not see the gases were being mined. And Percival, he's going for a Marauder Hellbat. Who do we favor here? So Hatsu is rushing roaches. Percival, he's building up to a 1-1-1 armory with Hellbats, with Marauders, with Viking, with medevac support. Both armies are going to hit quite hard. Marauders, though, they're going to trade well. They do amazing here against those roaches. There's an armory for the Hellbats, as we did mention. Again, Hellbat push. And Percival, he can pop off. Oh boy. Again, it's a little bit unfortunate. Ideally, Hatsu was hoping that Percival would just play standard. If Percival was going for a third TC into Banshee play, into a more economic start, then Hatsu could excel. Season 2 in the chat. If you were here last night, someone asked, is this real? That was the question asked about the tournament. Is this real? But no, it's fake, baby. It's fake. The tournament was all AI, baby. All AI. God damn it. Yeah, as the roaches are to engage with the Marauders have arrived. Yeah, they drop off, they focus on the roaches. Roaches, they fall one after the other. Hellbats, they tank. And these three Marauders in the back line, they focus on every single roach. Yeah, the roach all-in will fail. As there's no roaches left. Yeah, no roaches. Soon to be no Ravagers either. One Ravager barely gets away. Get out of here, papi. Get out of here. And this is just a build order win. It's just a build order win for Percival. They blindly went into their own aggressive builds. Blind Roach Rush out of Hatsu, blind Marauder Hellbat push out of Percival, and yeah, just build order win for Percival. They don't happen too often nowadays in SC2, but every now and then does occur. Breaks through all the lings. Does focus on the Ravagers. Nice control. Juggles back. And again, these are just brutal trades for Hatsu. Expensive losses here. Bleeding out more Roaches. Bleeding out more Ravagers. Oh. And Percival behind this is expanding. If he wanted to, he could have just gone for an all-in and thrown down more Raxes. But Percival, this was an economic start. Like this is not an all-in. Just getting a third TC, extra Raxes, Stim is on the way. Percival just chilling. Oh god. And unfortunately, Hatsu was all in. It is the issue here. Hatsu was all in. Hatsu's down on 26 workers. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Hatsu. We still have to commit across the map. There's nothing else we can do. Droning from here, it's going to be a tough road to travel for Hatsu. So we're moving out. That's Hatsu's army is spotted. There's no bunker, true. No bunker, the Marines are exposed. But hopping up at a Percival does save the Bio army. And Hatsu may pick off a couple of SCVs here, but Percival can afford to lose them. Like, he's far enough ahead. Can't afford to lose workers. That's going to be 5 SCVs falling. And down go all the Roaches. As Stim kicks in. Percival can just calm down. His third base is getting up and running. Still up in workers, still up in economy. And of course, outscaling tech-wise as well. What do we have for Percival? 1-1 upgrades. We have 1-1 on the way. Stim is done. Combat Shield's almost done as well. There's going to be a very strong 1-1 timing for Percival. He's pushing out. Hatsu is catching up in workers, but Hatsu's been spending this entire time droning, which means the army supply is almost non-existent. The army's not there. Percival stims in. Stim and gets a queen. Gets one, gets both. Both queens go down. And so will the third base. Yeah, there's no saving this. Hatchery falls. Getting under the overlords as well. And with enough Roaches, Hatsu can force this back. God, the efficiency though. The efficiency is brutal. Oh god. Yeah, mine shots are going off. Percival, he can stim, he can win. GG gets called, and Percival will take a lead in the series. Does take game number 1. GG. GG will play it. And again, just a really unfortunate opener or just build choice for Hatsu. Like, they both kind of rolled the dice a little bit. Remember, Percival, he didn't scout the main base. He didn't know what was going on. Didn't see what was happening. Percival just blindly went for Marauder Hellbats, and Hatsu happened to be going for a Roach Rush. And we saw just how poorly the Roaches did trade against the Marauder Hellbats, and everything just snowballed out of control. It'll just snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting to game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Zerg player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. Okay. Now, I do still expect aggression out of Hatsu and something committed like another Roach Roll-In or a Bane Bust or something a little bit more out of the norm here. At least that's what I would have said coming into the series, and we did. We saw that in game 1. Coming into game 2, we could try to play more standard instead. It could be deterred from rushing into something more aggressive and going into a more economic start. Again, it was just really unfortunate what occurred last game as, oh, we're opening up 2 Rex Reaper. Yeah, Percival's going for the proxy, sorry, not for the proxy, for the low ground 2-Rax Reaper, Mass Reaper here out of Percival. As a reminder, this is not an all-in. It's not an all-in, but it is an aggressive start, and this is designed to contain the Zerg player and to deny and delay the third. Oh, are we going for a third Rax? We are. Never mind, 3-Rax Reaper. Okay, this is more committed. Still not an all-in, but now the onus, now the pressure's on Percival to do more damage. Denying and delaying the third base is not good enough. You can do that with 2 Raxes. You can already do that with 2. With 3, we need more. We need to deny the third base, but also trade against Zerglings, maybe pick off a queen, pick off some workers, force a bigger reaction, and gain more value, as eventually Percival will expand. And here we go. The Reapers are building up. And Hatsu will soon confirm. Oh, no, Hatsu does not go further in. Hatsu does not check the natural base, so Hatsu is unaware of what's happening. Hopefully he stays in gas. Yeah, it doesn't pull out. Link speed needs to be prioritized. Oh. Okay, there we go. Thankfully, Link speed is on the way. Once again, Hatsu is staying in gas. And there is a response you can go for here, is to go into Link speed, into a Bane Nest, into a Bane Bust response after you defend. Well, the first Reaper has arrived. Already picks off 1 Zergling. The pressure's on Hatsu to preserve her units, preserve the Lings, the drones. At least until Link speed finishes. And there it is. There's that Bane Nest. Let's go. I'm quite fond of the Bane Bust response. But it's all about keeping it hidden as well. Ideally, you want to hide the high link count alongside this. This Reapers, they dance with the Lings. Only 2 queens. The queens are going to be falling. These Reapers are trading too well. Yeah, the queen count is too low. Queen count is too low. 1 queen goes down. Didn't rotate with the 2nd queen. And Percival scouts. Percival gets a full scout. Does get eyes on the Bane Nest. And Percival may just end the game. He may just end the game here and now. Outtrades the Zerglings. Again, Lings, they cannot keep up with Reapers like this. You need queens to defend. This low ground queen, no, doing nothing. And with that, now Hatsu cannot Bane Bust. There's no economy for it. There are no Lings for it. The Bane Bust is not happening. Reapers, they snowball out of control. No. So it's going to be 7 drone kills. Oh. And now we're going for the final drones. Going for the final drones here. And again, the Bane Nest was fine, the response was fine, but the control there was lacking. Bringing together another queen, continuing to produce queens as well, to be safe against this. To be fair, Hatsu didn't scout the main base, so was not aware it was a 3-Rax, not 2-Rax. So working with incomplete information. The final queen goes down. Yo, let's go. We got 1 bailing on the way. But GG gets called. And Percival will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival, he will claim the series. Again, a very, very intense series here, and just really unfortunate for Hatsu when it comes to game 1. Like, game 1 was just really unlucky. Here in game 2, Hatsu never scouted and never confirmed how many Raxes there were. With a higher Rax count, you do need to build up those queens. Without your queens to defend, you cannot defend. With good enough control, the Reapers will just outscale. They will just shut you down. Pick off the Lings, pick off the queens, pick off everything. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, congratulations. Percival does advance on into that next round. And we did mention previously here that one player was waiting for the winner of the series. That is Trigger. Trigger has been waiting for the winner of Percival and Hatsu. And Trigger is now going to be facing off against them in the next round. Here we go. And we have seen these two face off in the past, of course, when it comes to online cups and open tournaments. have played. Just catching up. And again, Trigger, he has been a little more active as of late. Of course, Trigger, he is in South Korea. He's been there for almost for a year, over a year, right? Jesus. I mean, he did actually go back to Canada for a little bit for DreamHack Dallas, and for the period of time, I think like a month, like around DreamHack Dallas as well. Trigger did actually return to Canada, but then went back to South Korea and has been there for, again, the majority of the past 12 months. Has been enjoying himself. Listening to all the K-pop. Esther Trigger. But here we go. We're getting into our next series here. We're getting into our next PVT. As Trigger will face off against Percival in game 1. Ooh, is going to be on Tokamak. Okay. Be loading into Tokamak here. Again, ping is not going to be an issue with these two players as they're playing for the same region. From the same region. Here we go, spawning in the bullet-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We have the Canadian Protoss. Oh. It. For Basilisk, it is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself from South Korea. It is Percival. We go. Predictions, yes, as we get into our intros, you know what time it is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. I often don't start predictions until we get into game, just because if I start ahead of time, sometimes there are delays, sometimes players need more time. The veto process sometimes takes extra long as well, so usually just wait for the game to commence. As Percival does move out with his SCV, moving out for an eBay block. Trigger, he is checking for the proxy. Trigger, he will miss the SCV. Uh-oh. And the eBay is coming in. Now remember, the goal here is to delay the natural base. But Trigger, he does double back. Spots the eBay, and I think he can still pull the boy. No, never mind. Yeah, too late. Too little, too late. Too much regression. Trigger, he's forced to go for the unnatural natural. Force to expand here at the third base. It's all good. It's all good. All good. There are times where I have forgotten to do predictions. That's usually it's usually during like OSC King of the Hills for the best of ones, because you gotta hit the prediction button every game. So for best of ones, that's notoriously when I forget predictions most. As Percival is setting up on the high ground. So rack expand out of Percival. And again, Trigger is a little bit more awkward here in his setup. Percival can try to abuse this and can try to go for a Hellion harass or a Cyclone harass and move in and try to force a more difficult defense out of Trigger, as he's going to be spread thin. And we'll see how Percival does approach this. So now we are poking in. Percival behind this, going into his 1-on-1, setting up for what looks to be potentially an add-on swap. Into Banshee play. Oh, no, never mind. Opening up Cyclone and settling in. From the side of Trigger, we have a standard setup here, going into a Twilight Council, into Blink, into most likely 3 gateways. I would say it's going to be wise for Trigger to play safely just because of his base setup, to go for a safer build. And we can settle into Tokamak. Winding it back here, Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable on 3-4 bases. I do favor Trigger getting into a longer game on this map. And, oh, we do snipe one of the Stalkers. Nicely done. I do feel like the pressure is going to be on Percival to try to end things a little bit earlier instead. Oh, no! As Trigger does miscontrol, we'll bleed out a second Stalker. That's 2 Stalkers going down. Trigger gets to get the hell out of here. Oh, as his Stalkers are so low. Oh my god. He's gonna get chased down. Oh, losing everything. All 4 Stalkers do fall. Very nice snipes here by Percival. Preserves the Cyclone. Does overwhelm. Behind this, we do have a Trigger getting to his own Robo. Again, Robo on 2 bases. Gas is on 2 bases as well. Delaying his 3rd base. Intentionally so. As the drop is moving in. Does get into the mineral line. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus, gets quite a lot of damage done in the main base. 5 probes going down. Trigger out of position. Up to 9 probe kills. Oh my god, 11 probes go down. Trigger just getting torn apart. And we spoke about this. Why is he getting torn apart? He was at his natural, and his natural is just so far away. Oh, and we don't get 9. We get up to 12 probes going down. Ay. Brutal damage here. Percival does take a lead. And Percival expands. He does expand. Looking very comfortable here. And again, Trigger just having a hard time defending both locations at once. Doesn't help they lost 4 Stalkers early on, so we had that much less to defend. Otherwise, he could have had a split army. Percival is swapping off, going into mech. Of course he is. Again, mech is something that we've been seeing a lot of in PvT. If you haven't been watching over the past couple of months, players like Clem, players like Gabe, players like Maru, Cure, Bunny, a lot of the top Terran players are playing mech against Protoss. Not all, but most of them. I mentioned it before, that's why I was curious about Spirit in his matchup, because I don't think I've seen Spirit play mech against Protoss. And we haven't seen Bjorn. Bjorn, he doesn't play mech against Protoss either. So there's like a couple of exceptions to the rule. There's like a couple of Terran players that don't play mech, but most have been. Trigger works forward at the same time. We do have Banshee harassing the main base. Thankfully, the Sun Trigger is ready. Does deflect. Meanwhile, we have Battle Mech on the way, getting to Mass Hellion Cyclone. Going for a more momentum-based composition to be more active. There are different forms of mech that are viable against Protoss. So you can go into this, or you can go into a more tank-heavy style and turtle up instead. And just be hyper-defensive. Do see Percival just walling up. And at this point, Trigger, he's aware. At this point, he's aware. He saw the Hellions, saw the extra Cyclones, saw the tanks. Trigger getting into a very gateway heavy composition. Like to see Bjorn play mech. Bjorn, he plays mech against Zerg. He doesn't play mech against Protoss. But if you watch his ZVT like he does, or he has whipped out the mech before. Nice time with the Banshees. Trigger does rally. Pushing into the siege line is not going to be easy. Trigger, he's looking for another way in. He avoids the 3rd base, rotates over towards the natural. Looking for a better angle. He gets spotted. Hellbats a reposition. Diving on the tanks. He gets 1. 1 tank goes down. He gets a 2nd tank as well. Yeah, Cyclones are rallying into the main base. Boys are being pulled. And Percival, he will hold. But it will cost him. He holds, he defends. First of all, he will shut this down, but he will lose 15 SCVs. Still ahead economically. Ooh, going for the warp into the main. But the main armor was dealt with. And Trigger, he needs more damage. This is still not good enough. Oh god, yes, he believes that's too much. Oh no, the Prism, no! Prism does barely not get away. Trigger, he will lose everything, and Trigger, he is still behind economically here. Trigger, he has a slight worker lead, but he's even on bases, and mules are a factor. Trigger, he needs a fourth. It's a late fourth base. This is a late fourth base. Basically, Trigger, that was meant to kill. That was meant to kill. That was meant to end the game, and he was unable to. Now Trigger falls behind. So late fourth base for Trigger. Trying to get into his upgrades, trying to tech up. He is still quite reliant on the gateway composition. And here comes a counterattack. Yeah, Percival was just snowballing out of control. He's pushing and there's not much to stop him. I don't blame Trigger for going for the all-in. Remember, he had just a worse start. It was just a worse start for Trigger. As he lost his Stalkers, he lost, what was it, 12 pros at the start of the game? 20 in total, Jesus. Zealots get dealt with by the Hellbats. And Percival, he shuts down the expansion. Denies the fourth base. Trigger, he falls behind, he stays behind. And he's trying to keep up. Yes, Percival, he's just pulling Trigger apart. So Banshee into the mineral line as well. And we're just rallying at this point. At this point, we're just rallying. At this point, Percival is moving in. What do you do versus mech as Protoss? Typically, I mean, the composition is fine for Trigger. The problem is that he's being outscaled because he went for an all-in that failed. And remember, he went for the all-in because Trigger lost so many probes and so many Stalkers leading up to this. So Trigger, he fell behind, so he felt pressured to just all-in. But all-inning a turtling player is so difficult. It's so difficult to do. Like Percival, he pulled the boys, he defended well. But yes, ideally you do want to go for this mobile composition of Stalkers, Zealots, Archon, Immortal. You can support with Storm, but you want this like cheaper mobile army. To engage, to keep up. You want to gain map control, get a faster fourth base, get a faster fifth base. But it was just a really rough start for Trigger. And Percival, he shouldn't be able to end the game here, but he's rallying. Yeah, never mind. he's rallying across. Oh. Easy overextending. We have more Zealots. Trigger, he's still trying to hold on. Stalkers are being chased down. Trigger, he cannot escape. Stalkers, they try to blink away, but they still go down regardless. And Percival just has to consolidate. Just back off, consolidate his army, and then push. Then go for the kill. Again, Percival is getting a fourth. Trigger does not. Doesn't have one. Just now throwing one down. Trigger tries to make his final stand. He has micro potential. He's got the Prism. Prism is out. Oof. Snipe on the sentries. Hellbat's morphing in. And Percival trying to go for the nail in the coffin here. He does lock onto the Prism. Prism goes down as well despite the NG overcharge. And it's barely not killing Trigger. Barely not. Trigger, he's surviving. He's treading water, man. Treading water. He's holding on. Unfortunately here at Percival, he's up 20 workers. He's up 20 workers. He's up in expansion. He's muling as well. There's no pressure on Percival. He can just calm down. He can just back off, calm down, max out, and then push. Just calm down, Batman, calm down. From the side of Trigger, his hope here would be to force some mistakes out of his opponent if Percival maybe overinvests into these drops. And if he loses them, if he does lose them, if they're not efficient, over time, Trigger, he can recover. Likewise, Trigger, he can try to be greedy and try to take up into Sky Toss. He'd be cutting a lot of corners and his arm would suffer, but it's something you can try to go for. Again, you go do something crazy here. That's going to be another 18 probe kill. 19! 19 probes going down. There's not much the Trigger can afford. As Trigger, he is reprobing, resaturating Liberator arrives once again to deny mining. With the Bay on the way, it's going to be for Colossus. Percival, he's still committing to Battle Mech. He's still not switching into like a more tank-heavy style. I don't think he needs to, though. It's fine. Cleans up all the Zealots. He wants a Prism. Prism gets chased down, which means we cannot save the Immortals. Percival has to pull away. Does pull away. Here comes the second wave. Now switching into Widow Mines, into Drilling Claws. Oh, Jesus. The lock-ons are brutal. Oh my god. Stalkers, they cannot get away. You can't leave, man. You can't leave. Jesus. As here we're down to our last. We're down to our final warp in. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take the game. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a very strong start out of Percival. Winding it back, just as a reminder how things opened up. Trigger, he was forced to expand at the third base location, so he was spread thin. After he expanded there, he was hyper aggressive with 4 Stalkers. If you remember, he lost the early 4 Stalkers, so he had less supply to work with, and he was torn apart trying to defend. He lost a lot of probes early on, a lot of workers, which led into Trigger deciding to go for an all-in. He did decide to go for the all-in. In the aftermath of that, the all-in failed. He was unable to break Percival. Percival, who's going into mech, he was very, very fortified on 3 bases. And Trigger, he committed hard to try to break him. He traded. He killed a lot of workers. It wasn't enough. He killed a lot of workers. He was still behind economically, still down in army. And from there, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Trigger can bounce back and force the ace match. We'll see if Percival can take it from here. So we're getting into that second game. Going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let's go. Likewise, we'll see if we mech it up again. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing himself. Currently teamless, leading the series 1-0. It is a Percival. We go. Here we go. From here we are settling in, and we'll see again if Percival does commit into that mech style again. He doesn't have to, but it has become a very viable option here in this matchup that players have been embracing that much more. Percival once again going for the eBay block, this time a faster scout. This time Trigger, he pulls the boys and he will expand on location. Basically, last game, the scout, the realization that there was an eBay on the way was too late. It was too late for Trigger. This time he sees it early, so he can punish it early, and Trigger can expand. So a better start for Trigger. The SCV is forced back, and this eBay will be cancelled. Will be cancelled. Here we are building up. Once again, double gas to open out of Percival, going for a faster factory. This is indicative of a more tech-heavy style into a faster starport. It can lead into mech. Doesn't have to, but it is kind of a path that we can follow. Ooh, as Percival does not expand. Jesus. Typically, this would be a factory into CC. No expansion. One base all in. Okay. Hyper aggressive here out of Percival, going for the 1-1-1. Hallucination goes in. Trigger, he will see no expansion on low ground, and a starport is already on the way. Trigger, he sees how committed Percival is, and we got to set up defensively. We got to set up. We need gateways. We need a defensive production as well. Shield battery is already on the way. Shield battery here at the natural, as this is going to hit hard. Now, it looks like Percival, he is expanding behind this. That doesn't take away from how aggressive this is. As Percival, he is rallying. Thankfully, Trigger is aware. And Trigger does open charge. Okay, charge is the safe way to play. Does open charge, goes for a gateway explosion, getting himself 4 gate setup, so 4 gate charge out of Trigger. Percival moving in. Now Trigger, this is unfortunately the hallucination just went down. Trigger, he doesn't know that this is not a one base all in. Like, Percival is expanding, so Trigger, he's reacting quite hard to this. Dropping to the main, avoids the shield battery, goes to the mineral line. It's going for the probes. Yeah, boys are being pulled. That's going to be a lot of probes going down. Oof. It's going to be 5 probe kills already. I say 5, getting it to 7, getting it to 8. Oh no! 8, 9 probes going down. 10 probes. Can we get 11? Barely not. 10 workers do fall. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal damage. And behind this, Percival is not done. Remember, with the 1-1-1 and going into Cloak Banshee. It's almost ready. First Banshee's moving out. Back at home, 0 detection. So this does happen from time to time, but a lone single Banshee can end the game. There's no Robo, there's no Stargate, there's no nothing. So 0 ways to detect, and Cloak is finishing up in 7 seconds. Oh boy. Yeah, Trigger, he goes for the counterattack. He has to try to end the game here and now. Nice control. First way pulls back. He pulls back. The Marines will go down. At the same time, here comes the Banshee. Thankfully, there's a shield battery. Shield battery does defend. This Banshee will also defend back at home, though. Remember, no detection. Robo's still on the way. And the shield battery is running out of energy. Oof. Stalker's being chased down. There's the energy overcharge. Again, there's still no detection. there's still no observer. The shield battery is doing what it can. 4 probe kills. And here comes the main army. Main army's pushing. 5 probes going down and denied any kind of mining here in the main base. 7 probe kills. We're still racking up. Charge does help. As you can see here, we might even just get the first tank. Yeah, first tank does go down. Nice pickup. Trigger is holding. Trigger, he's holding on here against the main army. Again, early charge is paying off. Oh, ooh, takes down the full medevac. But the Banshee's still going ham. Oh god, no. 14 probes. This is all one Banshee, by the way. This one Banshee has 14 kills. The one Banshee. And Percival takes a massive lead. He's ahead economically. He has mules. He has more workers. He has a faster third CC. So Percival has a very comfortable lead. And the Banshee even survives. The Banshee gets away. No, we have more Banshees coming in. Oh god. Oh, finally the one Banshee goes down. Had 14 kills. Observer has arrived. Someone give NG recharge to the Banshee. I mean, Banshees, they cloak for a long time. Like, cloak does not drain too quickly. And we're going to mech from here. We're getting to mech. Mech is on the way. And Percival, he's ahead economically and he's playing mech. That's a dangerous combo there. Oh god. As Percival, from here, he can kind of do what he wants. He doesn't have to push. He doesn't have to move out. He can just chill, get a third base, build up on 3 bases, get a 4th base, and just turtle back at home. But he's going to battle mech, so he's going for a more active style. From the side of Trigger, the pressure is on. He has to do something to recover in this game. Last game, he was forced into an all-in. Here, he might feel pressure to do the same. Might feel pressure to go for another all-in. But again, all-inning a meching player, it's not easy. Not easy. As Banshees, they're still sarking around. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They activate Cloak. Where's the Observer? It's here at the natural. Banshees, they hit the 3rd. Remember, there's no blinks, so immobile army, and we're gonna lose all these probes. Yeah, all these workers are gonna go down. That's gonna be another 8 probe kills. 0 mining at the 3rd base. Ay, ay, ay. Banshee gets away. Remember, no blink. Remember, there's no blink for these stalkers. So we can just keep going. Yeah, we just keep on going. The flyby continues. 12 probes. Can we get 15? 16. 16 probes going down. The Banshees, they get cleaned up. That's going to be 17 probe kills. And Trigger, if he wasn't all in before, he has to go all in now. But like, what is he all in with? It's the problem. There's nothing. He's got 4 gates. He's got 4 gateways. He can warp in 4 units at a time. There's no warp prism, so there's no way to reinforce across the map. Percival, just in case. he knocks down the tower. He knows that the one thing to be concerned about is an all-in, so he just fully walls off, knocks down the tower, throws down Sim City, walling off the mineral line, setting up defensively. This is the correct thing to do. Just make sure if Trigger does all in, Percival, he'll be ready for it. Percival will be ready. Put a cannon in your mineral line? I mean, technically there is a forge. There is, technically. I mean, ideally you want to be able to defend without that, but because if you recall, the early tech was charge, not blink, so again, stalkers were less mobile. You had to rely on charge early on. You only had the one observer. Like, it's been shaky, Pat. It's been shaky. Once again, early game was heavily in favor of Percival. Snipes the observer. I believe that was the one and only observer as well. The one and only. And now we can just move in. Yeah, Trigger, he just cannot fight this head on. No, the immortal goes down. And Percival from here, he just snowballs out of control. Lands the anti-armor missile. That's moving in. Yo, we got the vanilla Marines. Let's go. The 0-0 stimulus Marines. Send it, Packy, send it. Colossus has arrived and has potential here, but there's still a wall of tanks. Cyclones, they go for the lock-on. They chase down the Prism. Prism does go down. No more juggling, no more control. And Percival, he just snowballs out of control from here. Splits up his army, hits a third base in the natural, tanks are moving in. The one Colossus trying to hold on, but the lock-ons, I mean, they lock on. and with that, GG gets called. Percival, he does claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, congratulations Percival. He does pop off both in game 1 and in game 2. I will say that Trigger, he, again, as we mentioned before, he did have a bit of an overreaction here in game 2, winding it back. Trigger, he scouted the 1-1-1, but Percival did not go for a 1-base all-in, he went for a delayed CC. So Trigger, what was his response? Going into Charge, which would have been ideal against a 1-base all-in. Like Charge, they trade so well against ground-based units early on, and we saw him even catch a tank early on as well, but instead it was the early drop play. We saw that Trigger was out of position, and that led into the Cloak Banshee follow-up. If you remember, the early drops killed, was that 8 or 9 probes? I want like 8 or 9 workers went down early on to the first drop, then the Banshees followed that up. Because the build of choice, likewise late robo, late detection out of Trigger, so he was not ready for any kind of Banshee play, and the Banshees, they sealed the deal. They they ensured that Trigger could not macro out of it, so he could not get out of that kind of game state. There was no way out for Trigger, and GG, well played with that. Congratulations to Percival, as it'll claim the series. And with that, Percival, he gets his revenge as well. Gets his revenge, has been embracing, of course, more mech as of late. For good reason. SS pretty good. Can be pretty good. But I also want to emphasize that for both game 1 and game 2, it wasn't necessarily the mech that really won Percival the game. It was the early game aggression, the early game damage that was being dealt, which had nothing to do with the mech. I'm referring to all the workers falling here to the Cloak Banshee, to the early Cyclone Marine drop. Also in game 1, referring to the early damage dealt, likewise by the Stalkers getting caught out by the drop in the main base as well. So like a lot of damage was dealt early on. We speak about this all the time. TVP is very momentum based. It's very momentum based, and it goes both ways. But if you deal damage early on, it can be really, really difficult to recover from that. Early game damage, it means that much more because you have less workers to actually work with. So it slows you down quite heavily, and it's hard to catch up. So again, just a solid early game out of Percival. Took a lead every game early on, and with that did snowball out of control. And with that, we're now going to be catching up with our next portion of the bracket here. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the Wikipedia page yourselves, but I will give you a link to the challenge bracket. Bam, there we go. In the challenge brackets, we are going to be heading on down to the... We're still in the upper brackets, but we're moving down to UD Soldier versus Shameless. Let's go. So we have UD Soldier versus Shameless, and that leads into Cham for the next series. We're going to be going on a short break as we have 3 matches left here tonight, so we're halfway through, or just over halfway through the broadcast. So we have a PvP, this leads into Cham, and we also have a Harstem versus Mute after the Cham series as well. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft. See you then, Pappy. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. We still have 3 matches remaining here. Up next, we have a PvP between Shameless and UD Soldier. Winner goes up against Chamako in the next round. Once again, welcome to the OSC mid-season playoffs. This is basically, imagine kind of almost like IM Katowice or like the World Championship for online tournaments. OSC, they partner with almost every single online event. Points are accumulated throughout the course of the year, and players are invited to this event based on their performances throughout the year. Throughout that year, so we have the best of the best players when it comes to online events facing off here in the mid-season playoffs. This eventually leads into the end of year finals, the end of year championship, I should say. Does lead into it. For now, though, we're here to determine the best players in the online tournament circuit, in the online tournament scene. We just covered a Percival taking down Trigger in a very, I would say, insane, I would say upset even. I favor Trigger coming into that series. We've seen Trigger defeat Percival in the past, but that was also a Percival that was a little bit more standard in his play. This time he was a little more aggressive, a little more in the face of Trigger, especially early on. With that, he snowballed out of control with Mech. Now we're getting to PvPs. Shameless and UD Soldier, they're going to be facing off in that best of 3. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is a Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player, the green Protoss himself, representing CSO Esports. It is UD Soldier. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Let's go. Let us go. Coming into Shameless is going to be the favorite player for sure. Shameless, he is one of the rising stars of the European region, a very young player that has a lot of talent, that has risen through the ranks over the past couple of years quite quickly amongst the pro scene in Europa, and we expect him to go far. I will say that he had a bit of a lackluster performance last season in the mid-season playoffs number 1, but we'll see if he can redeem himself coming into number 2. Likewise, UD Soldier, he can pop off, he can cause upsets 100%. We have seen UD Soldier take it to players like Shameless before, specifically in PvP. Of course, PvP is always chaotic, you know, anything can happen. There are a lot more variables that come into play in this matchup, and upsets do happen on a lot more of a regular basis. Oh, hello, as UD Soldier does open up with a fake hidden proxy pylon. Okay, so basically it is quite common here to go for probe scouts to check your opponent's pylon placement and to confirm whether or not they're going for an all-in. We can see the UD Soldier, he will intentionally hide his second pylon to make it look like he's cheesing when he isn't. We can see it is at his linear third base location. So with that UD Soldier, he does try to fake out his opponent. Fun fact, Shameless, no probe scout. He doesn't even scout across, he doesn't even care. So no probe scout. So I appreciate the mind games here out of UD Soldier. Unfortunately, there's no mind to game because Shameless is just chilling. Just chilling back at home. Third pylon in the main base as well, not on the low ground. UD Soldier, he doesn't check, doesn't commit to the scout yet. Now dipping in. Step in. And we'll confirm the pylons. Yeah, he sees 1, 2, he sees all 3. So we're all the pylon locations. UD Soldier is safe to expand. There it is. Natural base is on the way. And we should be seeing the same from Shameless as well. So our players are expanding. both players take the naturals. Do have our robos on the way, so we actually have quite similar builds here out of our players. Yes, we had a UD soldier being a little bit cheeky, but overall we're getting into the same setup. Expanding a robo opener as well does lead into early immortal production, does lead into a more safer start. The downside of going into a robo is that you have very limited map control, as you have no stalkers with blink, you have no, I say, Stargate like Oracle Phoenix harass. Instead, both players are going to be building up their immortal count early on. Speaking of Stargate play, interesting. We have a robo into a Stargate from UD Soldier. That is often not seen, and this can actually catch players off guard. So, as I just mentioned here, typically you go into one tech structure, either a robo, Twilight Council, or Stargate. It's quite rare to go into two. As a result, the goal here is to catch everyone off guard, but the hallucination will confirm, and Shameless, he sees the Stargate. You can see him actually do a double take.
Pick another pylon first.
Does double take, does confirm Stargate is in production, which means the Oracle shouldn't get much done. It means Shameless, he should be able to warp in. There we go, shield batteries are on the way, he will defend. And UD Soldier confirms that there are indeed shield batteries. If this went unscouted, then this can do a lot of damage, as your opponents would not be expecting Oracles this late into the game. Instead, we're opening a Phoenix. Okay. Phoenixes are amassing. Shameless moving in. Does have Sword Up second one-shot workers. They head for the mineral line, and they shouldn't get much done. Gonna be zoned away. And the Phoenix is revealed. Do we have a recall? We do. Shameless does recall back home. And UD Soldier, he will gain map control. At least for now, he'll gain control of the map. He will shut down any kind of harassment, any kind of prison harass, I should say. And Shameless, instead of going into his own Stargate, he went into his own Blink Stalkers. So Immortal Blink Stalker out of one player, Phoenix Immortal out of the other. Phoenix Scout does confirm. Confirms the Twilight Council. And UD Soldier, he's actually going for a massive gateway explosion. No expansion. Okay, no third base. We do have 4 gates on the way. UD Soldier going for a 2-base all-in. Shameless, he scouts, he checks for a third. He doesn't see much in the main base. And he does not scout the natural. Does see extra gateways, at least some. Shameless, ooh, he expands. Yeah, Shameless, he feels like he's safe. We have 6 more gates on the way. Jesus. Getting into a 2-base, 8 gates all in. With mass charge slots. Shameless is being proactive. Ideally, he does want to engage ahead of time. Slow this down, pick away at the army. Here come more Stalkers. See Shameless poke in. Dusk still confirmed. No expansion. Pokes in, pulls away. Behind this, we need shield batteries. There we go. He does take note. He knows. More shield batteries on the way. Getting ready for the eventual counterattack. For the all-in. He might even bypass the main army. Yep, here we go. He's going into the main, and he can always recall. He can always recall back home. Dives into the main base. Going for the production. UD Soldier turns back around. They even forced a recall. Oh, gets a Phoenix. Does get a Phoenix. Dives on the Immortal. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. And he gets up to 3. Oh, can he get the 3rd one? Not quite. Oh, there we go. Does blink once again. 3rd Immortal goes down. He's losing a lot of Stalkers here, but you can see so much of the army's just choked up. Yeah, he's choked up at the ramp. There's the recall back home, and he escapes with what, 6 Stalkers. And back at home, he's getting ready. More shield, 4 shield barriers at the third base. It's getting ready. There's one immortal left for UD Soldier. Ooh, the prism gets caught out. No reinforcements. And UD Soldier, he's falling apart here. He's gonna send it. He's gonna go. Still has a lot of zealots. Still has a lot of chargelets. Phoenix goes down. Snipes the Phoenix. We have a 5th shield battery on the way. Ideally, Seamus wants to drag the army within range of those shield batteries. As the Depths take it into the mineral line, Probe's going to be going down. Stalkers, they kite away. They're cut back, creating a choke point as well. Solid Sim City. The Immortal is going to be targeted. But alas, we're running out of zealots. We're running out of zealots, and again, there's no war prism. There's no war prism. Delayed reinforcements. Now getting on top of the Archons. UD Soldier, he does get a couple of probes. He depowers all the shield batteries. Okay. Does depower, does move in. He's breaking the third. Oh, boys are being pulled into Archons. Yeah, brutal moment there for Shameless. And UD Soldier, has he done it? Can he do it? There's still so many Stalkers. Yeah, so many Stalkers remaining. He blinks in, takes out the final Immortal. Goes to the Prism. And GG gets killed. GG, Shameless. He shuts down the all-in, and Shameless will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Imagine a world where Shameless wasn't able to snipe the first War Prism, wasn't able to delay the push, disrupt the economy, snipe the first Immortals. Remember, what happened at the start of that all-in, before we got across the map, Shameless, he sniped 3 Immortals. If those 3 Immortals were a part of the main army, UD Soldier, I think he just wins. I think the 2-base all-in just pops off. So crucial that Shameless was able to get across the map, able to snipe those key units, snipe 3 Immortals of all things, and the first War Prism as well. And he just took the wind out of the sails of the all-in. GG. GG, well played. A very intense, very clutch game there. Shameless does take it, but now we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see. We'll see if Shameless can close it out here and now. We'll see if UD Soldier can bring it back. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the green Protoss player representing CSO Esports. It is UED Soldier. Here we go. Here we go. So far we do have our standard openers. Oh, I say that UD Soldier going for a gate cyber expand. Okay. Bold move. So Shameless going for a 2-gate opener, which is standard, which is of the norm. We do see UD Soldier cutting corners, and Shameless, once he confirms, he can respond with a 1-base all-in. There we go. Shameless, he confirms a no hidden second gateway. Nexus has been thrown down. And how do we respond here? The rope's still in the bases. Just confirming. We can throw down a 3rd gateway. We can throw down a robo. I'll be a little bit surprised if Shameless just expands from here. Yep, there it is. Oh, Stargate's not robo. Not a 1-base all-in. Now, this is a way to get economic damage. This is a way to punish UD Soldier. Not a way to kill, though. basically what's happening is that UD Soldier, he's going to have less gateway units, he's going to have less production to work with. He's cutting corners and being greedy by going for a faster Nexus, so UD Soldier will have the better economy with the help of the Stargate, with the help of the Oracles. Shameless is here to try to make up for that, to make up for his later expansion by killing probes, by getting economic damage done. So there's a lot of pressure on this Oracle to make up for the later expansion. We'll see what Shameless can do. Not just with the Oracle, with the Adepts as well. As again, 2 Adepts, say one-shot probes. More Adepts are on the way. Oracle heads towards the main. So we have Oracles in towards the main base, Adepts into here into the natural. Once again, targeting down workers. So far, just get 4, 5, 6 probes. Oracle, there is a shield battery in the main base, thankfully. UD Soldier, he's holding up, but he's bleeding out a lot of probes here at the natural. Oof, as the shield battery's out of energy. 12 probes going down. 13. And GG. GG, well played. 13 probe kills. UD Soldier, he taps out. Takes too much damage. And Shameless, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG. I feel like he could have still tried to sustain that, but that is a lot of worker damage early on. 13 probes is a lot of damage. He was down in workers. The purpose of the build was to gain an economic lead, and you're sacrificing your own tech to do so. So you can't really counterattack. You don't really have a way to be active on the map there. And UD Soldier, his spirit was broken. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Shameless. He will claim the series. He will advance on into the second last series of the broadcast. Let's go. So let's advance on. As we do have a Cham lying in wait. El Chamaco, papi. Cham, who of course was the runner-up. He actually got second place in the previous mid-season playoffs. It was crazy. Cham, he took down Bunny. He took down Solar. Cham, he took down some big names to go far in that tournament. Can he do it again? In the end, for those that missed out, I do recommend the VODs last week, because last week we were casting the finals of the mid-season playoffs #1, and it was a best of 7 between Cham and Showtime, and Showtime became the champion. Showtime did beat Cham. I think it was 4-2. I want to say it was around 4-2, so there was a back and forth between Cham and Showtime, but because of Cham's performances in the previous season, I have to favor him here to go for another deep run. Maybe not make it to the finals again, but because it felt like the stars aligned for that. If he can do it for a second time, though, like, I cannot deny it, Cham. Can't deny it, papi. Can't deny it. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our fresh best of 3. And looks like game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay. Getting into our fresh series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss, we have the blue Protoss himself representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. I'm just fixing up player names. Un momento. Bam, there we go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is Cham. Last season's runner-up. Go. So we are going to be setting up, and we do expect standard openers. When it comes to Cham's playstyle in ZVP, he does thrive in the mid game. We've seen a lot of all-ins, a lot of Roach-based all-ins, a lot of Roach Hydra-based all-ins as well, off of 3 bases. That's what we're expecting out of Cham. He's also really good at tech switching as well, into muta play, out of muta play. He can be very difficult to play to keep up with, and we even saw Showtime struggling. We saw Showtime struggling at times against Cham. So coming into this, I'm gonna lean towards Cham. I can see this going either way, though. I can see this going either way. It's I feel like this is gonna be a harder one to call. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open. Predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will claim it. We have Cham and Shameless facing off in that best of 3. Let's go. So we have a standard open at Shameless. I spoke how Cham, we expect him to be hyper aggressive. That is true. I do also expect Shameless to be very defensive. Shameless is very standard. He's very standard in his play. We expect to see a Stargate opener into a third base and a +1 blink Stalker into the mid game, into the late game is what we're expecting out of Shameless. We'll see if he deviates. We'll see if Cham, when he decides to cut workers, and how he techs up. Go. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defensive. I do favor Shameless coming into this when it comes to being able to defend, survive, and fortify himself on 4 bases. That is kind of the big advantage of Tokamak, is being able to get up to your 4 bases in a bit of an easier fashion. Let's see if we can get there. Players do fan out. Again, we have the initial Stargate open after Shameless. Stargate into Oracle. And Death hooks in. Doesn't get much done. Cham, he's keeping up. Holding on. And he will, not bad, does delay. Does lay his third base. We have extra gateways behind this. That is not of the norm. We have a third gateway as well. So we actually are going for a more aggressive follow-up. Much more aggressive here by Shameless. Basically what's happening with the extra gateway, we're going to be delaying tech. We're going to be prioritizing early adept warp-ins, and we're going to be moving out with a plethora of adepts early on. Not glaive adepts. Remember, this is not glaive adepts, but we're going to be warping in extra vanilla adepts to try to catch Cham off guard. If Cham skips roaches, if he plays Ling Queen, if he drones up too much, then this can find damage. As here comes that third base, there's that Twilight Council out of Shameless. We'll see what he invests into. Twilight Council into Forge, looks like a standard follow-up. So far we have plenty of adepts here at the third. Now you don't want to show too many adepts early on, otherwise you will tip your hand. So Oracles are being deflected, no major damage. Cham, he deflects the Oracles. Adepts, they do push. Cham, he sees, he scouts. And behind this, no Roach Warren. Cham, he skips the Roach Warren, he skips the Balin Nest as well. These adepts, they have potential. 7 adepts do move out. Can't bring down the queens, but he can go for the mineral lion. Oh, gets in, gets one. Gets one drone, he does cancel the shade, and so far this has not been worth it. Yeah, this has not been worth it for Shameless. Shameless, remember, his third base was delayed. His Twilight Council also delayed. Like, everything has been slightly later here because the early delay on the third base from the Lings, and also this investment as well. He's hoping for more damage. Oh, can he force a cancel? Okay. Cancels the 4th. Not bad. A little bit better here for Shameless. Does get a little bit more done. And Cham, he's going for the... Jesus. He's going to a Roach Hydra setup here. Overload speed is on the way. This is indicative of Dropper Lords. Cham is going to commit. Which, if you recall at the start, we have seen a lot of Roach Hydra base all-ins out of Cham. It's what we're expecting here from him. As Hydras are amassing. Dropper Lords are going to be getting ready. Then Cham, we can just send it. Bleeds out extra workers. It's going to be 5 or 6 drones going down. There's a lot of damage being dealt. Here we go. Cham is getting ready for the move out. It's gearing up, knocking down those rocks. That will mean that reinforcements are going to cross the map that much faster. Cham, he will soon commit. Back at home, Shameless Storm is done. So he has Storm. He has some side defense back at home. Nothing major, but does have some. There we go, getting more cannons, more shield batteries. Cham, he's cut workers. He's cutting workers at 76. And we spoke earlier, especially with Overload Speed finishing, that now it's go time. So Cham is rattling everything he can across the map. Rattling out Hydras. Here comes the Doom drop. We have 6 Dropper Lords on the way. You don't get Overload Speed unless you're Doom dropping. True. And here comes Cham. He's loading up. So far, Shameless, he hasn't seen this. He has a decent army to defend. Not gonna lie. If he's in position, though. So Cham loads up. He's headed for the main. Main base is exposed. Oh. He gets spotted. Yeah, Cham is spotted. Shameless, he should react. He's racing back into the main base. He defends against the main army. Storms are coming in for the Roaches. That's a lot of Roaches, though. He can tank some Storms. Meanwhile, massive Storm on the Hydras. Oh my god, he stands in it. Yeah, brutal Storms. He stands in the Storms. Hydras are going to be dealt with. The Zealots, they will overwhelm. But the Roaches are breaking through. Yeah, the Roaches are the issue here. He breaks through the High Templar. He tanks the Storms, takes down the Archons. The Zealot weapon was barely not enough. And Chammy's done it. Chammy's done it. GG gets called. He breaks the main base and he breaks the 3rd. Sorry, the 5th even. GG. And with that, Cham takes a lead. Does take a lead in the series. GG, well played. Against Shameless, he had a decent defensive setup. The split was unfortunately not quite what it needed to be. We saw that he barely didn't have enough in the main base to defend. The Hydras, they were all on a sliver of HP, but they did barely survive. Likewise, on the right-hand side, there were too many High Templar against a heavy Roach army, against a heavy Roach composition. So the Templar didn't really achieve too much there either. GG. GG, well played at Cham. He breaks a Shameless, and now Cham is up in the series. One more game away from claiming it here and now. Let's go. So we're loading into game number 2. Going to be on Maganatha. And again, going for these drop lords are a really good way to bypass some of the defensive nature of Tokamak. If we just had these ground-based pushes, I do believe that Shameless would have been able to hold on. But being forced to split up into the main base as well was another factor that allowed Cham to actually break through and snowball out of control. With that, so we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Canadian. Sorry, the Canadian? my mind was on Trigger. We have the blue Protoss for Team Little Fairy down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Shameless. And I'll fix up his name. Un momento. Bam, there we go. And this morning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Cham. We go. And then game one is a good example of what we expect out of Cham in this series. Is more hyper aggression, being very much so in the face of his opponents, building up into 3 bases, 3.5 bases, then just sending it across the map. Again, Cham, he was able to shine a couple times against Showtime with this style. And we'll pull it off here against Shameless as well. Here we go. Here we go. To have our Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. And Shameless likewise going for Gate Expand. Shameless, he also had just a really rocky start to last game as well. We spoke about how he did open up with a faster third gateway. His third base was delayed. His tech was delayed. Everything else was delayed. And in the end, he didn't really achieve too much with it. I was hoping for a little bit more. So we once again have our Stargate. And welcome to Magnatha. Magnatha is a larger map in the map, well, the largest map even, the largest map, a lot of bases, of course, but also very spread out. Very spread out, so aggression can be favored here. It can be more difficult to spread yourself thin between your 3rd, 4th, 5th base as well. Assuming the game goes that long. No, sorry, just stretching. Just stretching. Make sure to hydrate. True, true. Hydrate all of your hydras. Stretch your roaches. I got a lot of VODs to edit after this cast. Okay, editing all the VODs. Scheduling all the VODs. And if I have time, I mean, we have like a triple cast today, true. We have RSL and we have the Pondcast, so there's a lot to get into, Pat. There's a lot to get into. If I have time, though, I do want to start working on some of the TLMC maps. I do want to start working on it. If I have the time. As long as they counterattack, they do hit one of the Adepts. I start getting Adept. This time there's no gateway explosion before the tech, so this time just 2 gates. Just 2 gates into a 3rd base, followed by our tech of choice, Twilight Council and Forge. We do see a much earlier lair this time from Cham. He does go lair first. Interesting. Lair first is more indicative of higher forms of tech, of course. We're not going into +1 melee. We can go into +1 range, into Roach Hydra, or into Hydra Ling instead. There's that Roach Horn. Safety Roach Horn out of Cham. We'll see if we can keep up. As they move out, they catch out an adept. Small pickoffs. Oh! Cham does pull away. Does react in time. Does react. Adept save us into the middle line. Drones are now going down. Okay. Now we're finding that damage. Ooh, the Adepts were on aim move on the Queen. They were on aim. They were, sorry, I should say target firing the Queen. So we're lacking some DPS. 6 drones going down. It's okay damage. We're just stacking stasis traps. Let's go. Do we get another? Ah, not quite. Not quite. And I was curious what the fast layer was for. I assumed it was going to be for Hydras. The answer is no. It was Lings. Sorry, it was a Eva Chamber into Roach One into what? Into Muta play. Okay, Spire is on the way. We're going into Mutas. The Oracles, they poke in for a scout. And do we confirm? He does! Wow, big revelation. Shameless, he confirms the Spire. He's aware of the Mutas. He knows what's going on. And behind this, how does he respond? He already has Blink on the way. And he can start off Phoenixes. Meanwhile, all in. Now, we have seen this before at a Cham. Fun fact, we saw this before. We saw this against Showtime. Cham, he goes for the Spire. If he gets scouted, what does he do? He lets the Spire finish. He doesn't make Mutas. He turns this into a Ling, Queen, Roach all in with Dropper Lords. And the goal here is the hope that Shameless over-invests into anti-air, into anti-Muta play. With Phoenixes, with a Fleet Beacon, with Annual Pulse Crystals. Meanwhile, Shameless, he has not done so. He is investing into cannons and shield batteries in the mineral lines, so this is something that won't really help against what Cham is up to. So this is better for Cham. But at the same time, Shameless still focusing on his ground army. More High Templar, more Storms. Spire is done, as you can see, no Mutas. But Cham is backing up a lot of gas. What's the plan? Waiting for the Overlords? Okay, we have 5 Mutas on the way. Sorry, 6 Mutas on the way. That should be to harass. That can one-shot workers. One-shot probes. Overlord speed is done. I'm waiting to see Cham is on 74 workers. I'm waiting to see the wave of ground army, which is not happening. Cham is droning. Okay. Cham, he's droning up, so he's not pushing. This is a little bit middle of the road here for Cham. He's not being hyper aggressive. He's not doubling down. He's droning. He's expanding. This will weaken Cham's push. Just because he didn't drone earlier. And we spoke about it, like, the cannons are ready. Mutas, they try to bust in. Gonna be chased down. Stalkers, they're ready for the roaches. And so far, the Phoenix control has been on point. Bailey's there waddling in. Oh, the slow waddle by. He gets in. No reaction. Oh my god. Yeah, no reaction. Massive connections. 11 probes gonna be going down. Barely 11. Okay, Cham popping off. But is this enough damage? Yeah, getting 13 probe kills, but will cost him every single Muta. Cham is committing. He's making pure Ling Bane Roach Ravager. His goal here is to end the games, to kill Shameless. But this has been a little bit shaky for Cham. He's taking. Okay, he's taking up Invasion bit. Looks like he knows that he probably won't be able to kill Shameless. Storms, they connect. It's a lot of Storms on Banelings. High Templar do get caught. Resets the Templar counts. Shameless holds. Oof. Holds, he defends, he punishes the roaches. As Cham, he's actually still doubling down. He's stuck on 1-1. Got the pit, but he's not taking up in the hive. As he rotates over towards the third. Trying to bust in. It's going to be a lot of roaches going down there. Yeah, a lot of roaches getting caught out. Doesn't really get much damage done. And Cham, he's running out of steam here. These have not been efficient trades. We'll get both Archons. Archon's going down. One Immortal gets caught. Not bad. Gets an Immortal. Might get another. Cham, much better here. Oh, he does tank a Storm. Storm pops off, but Cham, he will take down every single Immortal. Yeah, again, that was miscontrol that is shameless. The Immortals were exposed. And Cham, has he done it? Does he have enough? Takes down the Archon. Barely. Barely gets the Archon. Cham still rallying in, going for the kill. Still waiting for reinforcements. Hive did begin. It's almost done. So Cham is trying to tech up at least in some way. He never got the Hydra. What's the plan with the Hive then? No Hydras, no Lurkers. I guess he can't just go into Adrenal. True. Roach is getting caught out. The Immortal count is slowly building back up. Shameless, he's holding his own. Even popping off with a counterattack. No shot we're going into Broodlords, right? I mean, we have the Spire. We have some Corruptors on the way. No shot. There's a lot of Corruptors. So Corruptors morphing in. He's going for Corruptor upgrade, so yeah, no Great Aspire. Getting to Adrenal, +3. Still with a bit of a more mid-tier army, though. Still with Linkbane Roach. Not even Ravager. And Shameless is about to max out. Oh. Yeah, we're a little bit indecisive. So Cham, he cancels Carapace. He cancels Carapace, he starts morphing in the Great Aspire, so he is going into Broodlords. That is going to be potentially a big power spike for Cham, if he can get there. And the problem is, I don't know if he can. Like, Shameless has a terrifying army. He's moving in. So got 4 Templar. He's holding on to those storms. Never mind, we're not pushing. I do think that Shameless could have actually broken through. I feel like he could have broken through, but alas, what do we see? 2 more Stargates, Flea Peak, and we're going into Skytoss. Shameless, he decides to back off, he decides to pull away, and we're embracing a longer game. Here we go. We are going to be embracing a longer game. Bailey's going to be rolling in towards that mineral line. Queen's getting caught out. Oh. And we do have the initial Broodlords. Now, there is going to be a big power spike here, as we mentioned, with these initial Broodlords before there are too many Tempests, right? We're making 3 Tempests at a time, but they're not ready. They're not ready yet, so Broodlords have potential to move in here and now to break. To break Shameless. Oh. Shameless pulls away. Roach moving in. Had Templar there, extend. Losing 1, losing 2. 2 Templar going down, but cleans up all the Roaches. Yeah, Roaches do fall. Broodlords, they push into the center expansion. Banelings, they popped off. They got 18, 19 probe kills. This is decent damage as we go for another Baneling run by. My concern here is that Cham is throwing away a lot of his supply, a lot of his army supply. And no corruptors. Uh oh. No corruptors. So the broodlords, they're going down. These are expensive losses. Losing 3 broodlords. Ay, ay, ay. Shameless does rotate in between the bases. Oh. Riddler trying to move in. There's just not much here for Cham. Like this, he's got a handful of he's got a handful of corruptors. And once these corruptors go down, I mean the Tempest, they can just have free reign. How many corruptors left? 3. Down to 3 corruptors. Down to 2. Down to 1. Does get the expansion, does take down one of the bases. But this is a very robust army here for Shameless. Very efficient army. And I'm not so sure he can be stopped. Up to 7 broods. Pushing into the bases, more drones going to be going down. We have Zealots on the left, we have Zealots into the center. And Cham is just being torn apart. Just being torn apart here. Oh. Losing 45 drones. So many workers going down. And honestly, James can just keep pushing. He could just keep moving out. For now, he pulls away. He wants to preserve his bases. He wants to remax. Cham is down to 114 supply. Barely anything. The Zealots are still killing Cham. The charge lots. Ay, ay, ay. And GG gets called, even with Shameless turning back around. The writing was on the wall, and Shameless ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. We do have a tied up series here, and now we're going all the way into the ace match. Again, it was kind of a weird style out of Cham, or weird build, weird decisions. As a reminder, winding it back, Cham, he went into the Spire and he got scouted. He got scouted early on, so I assumed that, especially with Overlord Speed finishing, that he was going to let it finish and go into an all-in. And he didn't. He droned, he got Overlord Speed, he still made mutas anyway, and it wasn't worth it. He still invested into the mutas. Alas, Shameless, he was well prepared for the mutas. Mutas got shut down, and Cham, he tried to be aggressive a little bit later instead, but by then Shameless had stabilized. So yeah, a bit of a shaky response there out of Cham after being scouted. It felt a little bit indecisive with that. GG well played. And oh my god, what is this ace match? As for the first time tonight, we get to feature one of the most commonly vetoed maps in the map pool. Up next, Last Fantasy. Let's go. Let us go. Last Fantasy is going to be the final game of this series. One way or the other, it all ends here, and we rarely get to see any games on Last Fantasy. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning, guys, we have to fix some things up here. Bam. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the blue Protoss representing Team Little Fairy, tying up the series 1-1. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, the Mexican Zerg, being forced into the ace match. It is Cham. El Chamaco, El Chamaco. Here we go. Here we go. Players are going to be building up, and first looking for each other. They find each other. They do find each other. The Overlord is spotted, so Shameless is fully aware of Cham's location. Likewise, Cham, he does see the probe movement as well, so they will find each other. Of course, Last Fantasy is a 3-player spawn map. That is the reason why it is often vetoed. It's very, very often vetoed and rarely seen. And Last Fantasy has often been a map of extremes. Either we see a lot of aggression and all-ins, or we do see some longer and later games instead. The reason why is because there are a lot of narrow choke points. As you can see here, very narrow choke point coming into the natural, choke point here, ramp as well, more ramps, more choke points. So it is relatively easy to wall up these areas, to wall off and to turtle up on 4 bases, even getting up to 5 bases as well. So we have seen some players struggle to break a defending player, but at the same time, the sample size of games on Last Fantasy is just really small. It's really small, really short. So I don't know if I can with confidence really say like how this will pan out, how the map does influence the players. I lean a little bit more towards the defensive play, but at the same time, the rush distance by ground is short, so we'll see. We shall see. Likewise, there's a lot of dead space as well. Here, these are air blockers. These are air blockers. Basically, the corners of the map are inaccessible. You cannot teleport into the corners either with BCs, for example. Like, you just cannot get there. So the map is actually smaller than it otherwise seems, as there's just very little space in between the bases. It does mean that drop play, phoenixes, mutas, air-based units, they can be punished that much harder, as there's less room for them to traverse. Less places to hide. Shame he does attempt to delay the third. Not quite able to. Does invest into quite a lot of Lings though. Yeah, Lings are moving back in. The Oracle's ready. And the Oracle does defend. So Shameless, he maintains his third. Second gateway's on the way. Going for an earlier Twilight Council. Interesting. This Twilight Council's earlier than normal. We do have another gateway as well. Are we going into Glaive and Epps? Okay, let's go. Jesus. So this does look like Glaives here. If it was Blink, we would be delaying the gateways a little bit further and going into a later Forge. So hyper aggression out of Shameless, going for that gateway explosion. So far, Cham is in the dark. He has not seen, he's not scattered, but Cham, he is going for the safety Roach Warren. Yeah, 430 Roach Warren, not bad. So Roaches will come into play. We'll see if he can wall off. Meanwhile, show us what you got. Shameless does have the money for it. There it is. Glaive Eps are on the way. So 4 gate Glaives out of Shameless. And Cham does have a safety Roach Warren, but if he doesn't make Roaches, if he drones, if he doesn't realize how much danger he's in, then this can still get damage done. Likewise, Cham is working on that SimCity. Got that Eva chamber. Ready to wall off. To wall. Oh. The initial vanilla depths do shade away. He shades away. Shameless, he should be banking up a depths here in the natural. Some more depths are in production. Again, we got a hit soon. Cham back at home, getting to +1 range, getting into roach speed. He does make a couple of safety roaches. He's double expanding. And is Cham going to cut workers here? Okay, he's joining. Okay, Cham is joining up. Oracle's poke in. We're waiting for more adepts. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes Shameless. We have adepts moving in towards the south, adepts towards the north. They're all coming together. And the roach count, how many do we have? 5. Only 5 roaches. Shameless, he can pull this off. He's going for the natural. No wall. Yeah, there's no wall. Adepts, they do shade in. Does commit. Link's going to be shut down. And we need more roaches. 10 roaches in production. 10 roaches are on the way. So far, so good. Roaches, they hold their own. Shades and Satchel Roaches, they pop out just in time. Yeah, the Roaches are here. Roaches do defend, and Cham shouldn't really lose much. He will lose 3 drones. See here, Roaches in position. Oracles, they try to poke in, and that's going to be, what, 6 drone kills in total. That is not worth it. Cham, he defends. He shuts us down, and Cham can soon counterattack. With what? With Roach Speed. Roach Speed is finishing up, +1 range as well. It's going to be a tough hold. Remember, Blink is not done. Blink is delayed. +1 is delayed. All the upgrades are delayed because of Glaive Adepts. And Cham, he can send it. He can send it, Pat. So he does go the long way around. Interesting. Does it the long way. Does hit the Nexus. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. And we're going for the base trade. The reinforcements. Plenty of reinforcements. Stalkers are out of position. They're getting caught out by the Zerglings. Roaches across the map. They're going for the Cybercore, which means no more Stalkers. And no more Stalker reinforcements. Instead, just slow Zealots. The slow lots. That's all we can warp in. Outside more gateways. Denies more warp-ins. Ling Roach coming in from behind. And Roaches, they just collapse. They converge upon those Stalkers. Yeah, we got the slow lots to defend. They're doing what they can. But Cham has done it. Cham, he's done it. The Glaive Adepts did not do anywhere near enough damage. Cham was playing safe. He had the safety Roach Warren. He shut it down. Third base does crumble, and we just keep pushing. We just keep on pushing here. No shield battery. GG gets called, and Shameless, he will tap out. Cham takes the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played, Cham. He will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. We did have an intense back and forth. I was happy to see Last Fantasy. We had a cheeky build on this map with Shameless going into Glaives, but as we saw, it did not do enough damage. He killed 6 drones for a mass amount of Adepts. That was not worth it, and it meant that he was vulnerable to the counterattack because of all the delays, right? When you go into Glaive Adepts like this, you have to get more damage. It's not an all-in, but damage needs to be done, and just not enough. Not enough in the end. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Cham does claim it, and we are going to be getting ready for that final series of the broadcast. We're going to be going on a short break. Here. When we come back, we will have that final best of 3. Harstem and Mute in a couple of moments. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, okay, I do apologize for that brief break, but we have returned. We have returned here with our final series of the broadcast with our 7th best of 3. We just wrapped up with Cham versus Shameless. Cham just took down Shameless 2-1. Went the distance, of course. Went all the way to the ace match, but Cham does claim it in the end. And now we have our final series here, a PvP between Harstem and Mute. Let's go. Let us go. We have our Protoss versus Protoss matchup. We are jumping into game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Incorporeal. Catching up. Asking for Bobby to dance Despacito on stream. You're an animal, 007. You're an animal. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into this and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss, we have the player from the Netherlands representing Shopify. It is Harstem. Not Cham. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. And if you're in the chats, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our PvP. I saw in the chat someone asking about Shameless versus Percival. Apparently that happened yesterday at Pegasus Cup. That would have been just under 24 hours ago. But yes, apparently did occur. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cast Pegasus Cup yesterday as we were otherwise preoccupied with things. So I do apologize for that, but we are here to bring OSC to you here and now. Let's go. Again, it's going to be a very busy couple of days with RSL, with the podcast as well. We'll be getting into that later on, don't you worry. For now, we have our PvP, and this is going to be an interesting one because this is just a clash of regions. I don't know if I've ever seen Harstem and Mute play. I'll be honest, Mute, of course, he is arguably the best Protoss player in all of Latino America. We have seen him cause some crazy upsets and take down Cure, take down Classic, take down some big Korean names. It's been insane to see the growth of Mute over time. Meanwhile, Harstem, of course, has been growing himself as a player in the European region. There's been a lot of Protosses in Europe, so it at times can be hard to stand out. But he has always been on that grind when it comes to content and has been able to spike up in skill from time to time as well. And I do favor him, of course. I do favor Harstem coming into this, but partly because I've never seen them play before. I just, yeah, I don't think that's happened. Let's see. Let us double check. Checking head to head. Mute versus Harstem. Go. Yeah, this is actually I believe the first time they're playing. Okay, there you go. This is the first time they're competing in a tournament together. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. As we have a 2-gate opener out of Mute, likewise a 2-gate opener out of Harstem. So far, so good. Stalker Sentry versus Stalker Sentry. Standard openers. Everything looking normal so far. So far, we do have Mutes going for a proxy pylon. Interesting. So it's going to be a proxy. Jesus, a 4th pylon? Okay. 4th pylon going to be proxies across the map. So a very delayed proxy here by Mute. Back at home, we do see Harstem going for his 2-gate opener into expansion into Twilight Council into Blink. And we see why it's a delayed proxy. We're going for a proxy Dark Shrine. Okay, so Twilight Council back at home into that DT, into that Dark Shrine. And this may go unscouted. Oh boy. Charge is on the way. Again, showcasing that he does have an upgrade in production. Harstem is checking. Yeah, he knows. He saw the lack of research on the Twilight Council. He's checking for the proxy, and he will find it. Harstem will shut this down. So again, solid read here out of Harstem, recognizing the lack of upgrade. Confirms the Dark Shrine. He knows. It's a cheeky move here out of Mute, but alas, it was scouted. It was confirmed. Cancels charge. Goes into Blink. And this should not finish. And it shouldn't be saved either. Like, Mute, he's out of position. He cannot protect the proxy. Harstem moves in. We'll snipe the pylon. And he can focus on that to Dark Shrine as well. Do we warp in any DTs in time? Oh no! It's gonna be close. Nah, he won't be able to. He won't be able to. The Dark Shrine will fall. There's a cancellation. Does not finish. And Harstem is all over Mute. It's all over him back. This Mute is being active. It does hit the third base. Harstem, he makes it back home in time, so he will be able to defend. Does go for the mass hallucination. Let's go. As Harstem does push in. Catching out the stalkers, the sentries. Let's say shade into the mineral line. Getting 5 probe kills. I mean, this is economic damage. Not bad. It's just costly. Looking at the trades, that was what? That was 2 stalkers, 2 sentries, 2 adepts for 6 probes. Not quite worth it for Mute. Mute does take a worker lead, but Harstem has the army, and he's pushing. It's gonna be a tough hold. It's gonna be a tough hold here for Mute. We'll see if he can survive this. Shield batteries are on the way. Needs a little bit more time. A little bit more time here. As Harstem moves in. Moves in, gets a stalker. Gets 1 stalker so far, catching transferring probes. Not bad. Shield batteries are coming into play. Harstem has a concave, but Mute has the shield batteries. Mute holds. He's going to be able to hold on. Harstem behind this, getting a 4th base. For Harstem, he does find a way in. Behind this, we're just building up. We're building up 4th base on the way. Mute, he's on 3 bases. We're saturating, getting into the mid game. Both players are taking up. We just see Mute working towards Charge-Lots and Archons. Harstem should be soon doing the same. Yep, he's setting up for the same composition. And coming into this, Harstem does have that slight lead. So slightly ahead, better economy, larger army. The pressure right now is on Mute to do something here to recover and to bounce back, which you can pull off when it comes to adept harass, stalkers trying to outposition. There are ways to bounce back. Oh. This Mute does zone away. From here he zones. So I'll take it into the mineral line, no major damage. Harstem diving on the main army. He's got his Archons, Mute does not. And he goes for the dive. Yeah, Zelt's gonna be shut down, Stalkers as well. And Harstem, he will take this fight. Oh, I say that the Stalkers are exposed. Never mind. Yeah, Stalkers, they got a little bit too ambitious there. The Stalkers are the first things to go down, and Mute, let's go, does fight back. Takes on the Archons, does force his way through, does beat out all his Zealots, but this is still worth it for Mute. Still worth it. As that was an expensive fight for Harstem. Harstem losing a lot of Stalkers there. But the better economy might still be enough. Harstem, he can afford some worse trades. Doesn't want to take too many of them though. Calming down, calming things down. We're backing off. We're heading towards maxing out. When it comes to the overall armies here, the upgrades are neck and neck, actually slightly in favor of Mute, so he does have a +3 timing available to him. When it comes to the main engagements here, the Archon's going to be a big factor when it comes to how Zealot heavy we are. Both players, we have 22 Zealots versus 34, so Archon's going to be crucial here to shut this down. I'm concerned that Harstem does not have a high enough Archon count, but as I say that, more Archons are morphing in. So again, he's lacking Archons, he's building them up. I don't think any player has an Immortal. Sorry, my apologies. We have 3 Immortals for Harstem. That is going to be a big factor. Immortals, if they can get on top of the Archons, they can focus them down and allow the rest of the army to actually break through. But we'll see. Harstem throws away some Zealots. It's still going to be 10 probe kills. The army supply in favor of Mute. Again, he's got a massive wave of Zealots. He has 43 Zealots. Jesus. Again, almost pure Zealot here, up against 5 Archons. Mute has to be so careful. He cannot just aim it in. Yeah, he cannot just ram his face against all these Archons. He has to be careful. He peels off. He gets into the base. Denies the expansion. Decent spread here for the Zealots. Archons pushing forward. How about the Immortals? Yeah, the Immortals, they go to town. They can focus on the Archons. Zealots are coming in. Up, breaks through the Archons. And Mute, he's getting into the Immortals as well. Mute, he can overwhelm. The Immortals are falling one after the other. Down to 2 Immortals. More Zealots diving in. And Mute has done it. Mute, he has done it. He has broken the back of Harstem. He just has to get on top of those Immortals. He's almost there. Casito, baby, Casito. There we go. Takes out the Immortals one after the other. GG gets called as Harstem has no army. And Mute takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Harstem had a very low Archon count considering the just sheer amount of Zealots that we had. Mute had double the Zealot count. He had 43 Zealots with his army. With that, he was able to overwhelm. The splash damage was lacking for Harstem. And even though he had those Immortals, again, the Immortals, they do really well against Archons, not so much against the Zealot army that he was up against. GG. Mute does overwhelm, and with that, Mute takes the lead. Let's go. Let us go. From here, we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into ley lines. Again, Harstem, sure, he had the better economy, but the composition, the army composition was not there. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this and force the ace match. It is Harstem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Peruvian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. We Go. And again, the pressure is going to be on Harstem. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can keep up with Mute. As again, two regions collide for the first time. As a reminder, this is the first time that Harstem and Mute are playing in an official tournament, and probably just period. Like, Mute, he ladders on NA, Harstem ladders on EU, so they probably just never played. And Mute, he's now being introduced. Harstem now being introduced to Mute. Let's go. As we have our initial 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Mute, Harstem doing the same thing. We saw last game Mute with the attempted proxy Dark Shrine, which was completely shut down. We'll see what he goes for this time. So we are moving out. Outside of that, no proxy. No proxy, no shenanigans, no pylon, not yet. I don't expect to see Mute do it again, by the way. I don't expect to see like another proxy fourth pylon to go for a Dark Shrine. After it failing in game 1, now we just settle into game 2. Just calm things down. Both players do expand. Slightly faster for Mute, only slightly. So build up our Stalker Sentry. And we're getting into our tech of choice. We expect a Twilight Council out of both players. So we go Twilight Council for Mute, Twilight Council for Harstem. So far, so good. Meanwhile, after the first game, you can see Harstem, he's actually a little bit, he's very adamant about scouting, ensuring there's no Dark Shrine once again. We do see a hallucinated War Prism, actually. Okay. We have a bit of a fake out. We already saw the Twilight Council, so we know it's fake. Yeah, hallucination gets shut down. But a cheeky move out of Mute. Very cheeky. Moving out with his main army. For the time being, I believe the army supplies are neck and neck. We have one extra sentry for Mute. As Mute moves out and both players expand. And both players confirm that as well. Ooh, Harstem, he gets into the mineral line, not bad. He gets in, probe's going to be going down. He gets one probe so far, denies any kind of mining. At the same time, Harstem, he tank shots with his hallucinations, not bad. As they trade out sentries. Yeah, sentries are being traded. Better fight for Harstem. Takes down an extra sentry. Ooh, but Adepts get into the mineral line, and Harstem is losing boys. Oh, he does pull the boys. Probes are going down, losing 4. Thankfully, only 4, but that is more damage than Mute sustained across the map. And with that, Mute takes a lead. Mute, he does take an economic lead. Shuts down the Adepts. Just remember, we actually had a second robo on the way. Does cancel. So from here, we're just building up to the mid game, getting up to 3 base saturations, Stalker, Blink Stalkers into +1, into Charge, into Archons. The same kind of trajectory that we were heading in last game. Same direction. Same direction. I will say that this time Mute has a better start. Last game, Mute, he was down economically for the majority of that game. It didn't help that he lost his Gateway, he lost his Dark Shrine as well. So here, Mute has a cleaner start. As once again, our players are just backing off. Harstem claims the 4th base. Let's claim a 4th. Oh, okay. I was curious because I didn't see charge. We're going into Glaives. We're going for an all-in. Mute, he's going to commit, so this can hit very hard. The goal here is to hit before Archons. Basically, Glaive Adepts, they're an alternate way to deal with mass charge lots. And Harstem is building up Zealots. He's building up Zealots. The Adepts do a great job at dealing with Zealots, also buffering for what? For a mass Immortal count. The Immortals are going to be doing the damage in the back line. Immortals, they excel against Stalkers, so the goal here, the role is that the Adepts deal with the Zealots and the Immortals deal with everything else. This does not scale well into a longer game compared to a Stalker, Charged or Immortal Archon composition, but the composition that I just spoke about, it takes longer to get into that. So Harstem needs time. Harstem needs time. Adepts are amassing. Harstem getting a 4th base. Moving out with his army. Uh-oh. And we're still waiting for those extra war pins. Still very tense. Harstem, he needs to figure out what's going on, as he's still playing blind. So Harstem moves in with the main army. His 4th base is scattered. He sees the Stalkers, he sees the Immortals, he doesn't see anything else. Harstem does not confirm. He hasn't seen the Mass Adepts. He's warping in more Zealots. Oh. Let's catch the Observer. Adepts are warping in. Prism into the main. Once again, Adepts are finally revealed. He now knows. Yeah, now he knows. Now he sees. Harstem has to get the hell out of here. This is not the place to be. Oh! Catching out some of the Stalkers. But Harstem, again, this is a late scout. Now he throws out the Temple Archives. Now he's working towards Archons, but this is late. Harstem buying time. Okay. He's buying time. Adepts are getting caught out by the Stalkers. They're dropping to the main. Harstem rotating around. Going for a massive Zealot warp in. This has potential. Probes are falling. And again, Harstem, he just dragged Mute all around his side of the map, making him chase. And gateways are falling. Very nice damage here by Harstem. Now, my only concern here is the eventual move out, the eventual counterattack from Mute. As Harstem, he even does preserve some of those Zealots. Gets the hell out of there. And now it's go time. But the Prism is still a threat. The Observer will see the move out as well. Archons are morphing in. Harstem is getting there. He's got those Archons. And you can see he's ready for all the counterattacks. Prism into the main base, Zealots towards the natural, and the main army towards the 3rd. Let's go this tri-pronged attack. Let's go. Meanwhile, big shout to Cian. Obrigado, papi, obrigado. Fala, galera. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Give it a great cast here. Here we go. Mew moves out. Harstem moves in. Goes to the Nexus. Zealots peel off into the mineral line. Prism is zoned away. Main army gets forced back. And the Zealots in the mineral line, they get no damage. Yeah, the cannon does defend. Losing 3 probes. 4 even. 5 probes do go down. But Mute is holding. He's holding, he's defending, he's building on more Adepts. And I spoke about this before, like I'm worried about the eventual counterattack. That's Harstem. He's attempting to threaten, attempting to delay. Do we go for the base trade? Is that the plan? Harstem moves in and Muti commits. Oh, no, where are we going? What's the plan? Where are we headed? He's going back home. There's the recall. Oh, recall to a third. There's an opening into the natural. Muti does cut him off. Does cut Harstem off. Harstem bleeding out a couple of stalkers. Harstem is about to max out. Now, what's scary about this max out? Remember, the soup does lie. Harstem is going to reach 200 supply. That is true, but a lot of the supply is in workers. Harstem is up a base. He's up a mineral line. Ooh, Zealots, they run into Adepts. Archons are moving in. Adepts, they do kite back. Nice control. Nice control out of mutes. That's a hefty Archon count, though. That's how many? That's 7 Archons. Harstem is going for it. Stunner steps in. And the Archons, they just go to town on those Adepts. Immortals doing what they can. And we're bleeding out a couple of Archons. Immortals just try to cat back. Down to what? 5 Archons. 5 Archons remaining. Units cannot break through. Bled out all the Adepts. And Harstem, he takes a fight. Does take the fight. Yeah, GG gets called. He shuts that down. And Harstem ties up the series. Whew, we're going to the ace match. GG. We're going into game number 3. We have the back and forth here. Again, a very intense back and forth as well. As Harstem, he was doing such a great job buying time. Again, if he wasn't able to keep Mute on his side of the map as long as he did, I think Mute just wins. I'll be honest, I think Mute, he just overwhelms. He breaks through. But Harstem, as soon as he saw that there were Adepts and not Zealots, he threw down the Temple Archives. He was rotating with his Stalkers. He threatened them with the Royal Prism and did everything he could to keep Mute back at home. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Getting into the ace match here, getting into game 3, and we'll see how this story ends as we're loading into Tokamak. How does this end? As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of the Netherlands. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Harstem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, the Peruvian Protoss representing Bing Bong Exports. It is Mute. We go. Have our intense back and forth. It all ends here. It all ends on Tokamak. So players are settling in. And we have seen some cheeky shenanigans here and there. I mean, Mute, he went for a 3-way solo with Glaive Adepts last game, but heavily delayed. Before that, we saw a Hidden Dark Shrine. So we're kind of leaning towards Mute here when it comes to showcasing something different. Harstem, more or less, has played standard every game. It's played very standard. We'll see if that trend continues. So far, we do have Mute going for the proxy, sets up the pylon, and show us the Robo. Show us the 1 base all in. There it is. Robo's on the way, 1 base all in here out of Mute. He is going to commit. And checking the vision here. Checking the vision of Harstem. He does probe scout. He knows. He knows that a pylon is missing at least. So Harstem is aware that something is wrong. And he finds it. Wow, he finds it. He finds the proxy. With that, he should respond with his own defensive robo, with his own defensive setup. He did still go for the faster nexus, which is going to hurt him. But he's least aware that Nolan is coming. Here we go. As Harstem does catch out one of the stalkers. He's looking for a way in. His immortals are on the way. Harstem, we spoke about it, but because he's scattered, he has his own defensive robo. Defensive robo, immortal production. We have shield batteries amassing as well. Harstem is just setting up defensively. He's ready for what's to come. 3 shield batteries between 2 bases. The immortal's almost out. Now, Mute does have micro potential with his prism, true. So he can out-trade and can preserve his army. Still waiting for the first immortal. But remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Harstem, as he does have the better economy. He's trying to find a way in. Going for the force field. I won't be able to. Oof. Takes a volley to the face. Rotates back around. Rotate back. Oh, tries to hit the natural. Doesn't quite make his way in. Doesn't make it in. Immortal taking a lot of damage already. Oof. Immortal barely survives. Oh, what? On 13 HP. You can make it, Pap. You can make it. Doesn't have the shade. Shade rotates into the bases. Again, no critical damage as we have more shield batteries on the way, more immortals building up as well. And things looking dire for Mute. Things looking very dire. He has to pull the trigger soon. He's up to 4 immortals. Now it's go time. Now's the time. We gotta send it. It's not gonna be pretty. I mean, Harstem, he has a wall of sentries, a wall of force fields. Can he just lock this army down? He should. Speaking of, there we go. Splits up all the adepts. That's what, 3, 4, 5 adepts going down. Oh, I'll save 2 towards the end. Mute saving whatever he can. This time we will get the pylon. Likewise, shading up into the main. He's trying to commit. Yeah, Harstem is ready. Again, he's got his shield batteries. Defends both the natural and defending his main. Jesus, these 3 immortals going ham. Yeah, Mute, he doesn't really have much left. Yeah, he barely has 3 immortals standing. 1 more immortal waddling in. And now Harstem can break out. Yeah, at this point he can just break out. He has enough. Takes down all the immortals, one after the other. catching the reinforcing model as well. GG gets called, and Harstem, he breaks out, he overwhelms, and Harstem, he survives the all-in, and will claim the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations Harstem, he will claim the series. Again, a very intense back and forth here between Harstem and Mute. There was definitely potential for Mute in that second game, if only he wasn't scattered, if only Harstem didn't buy so much time. Otherwise, very impressive play there by Harstem, as he does claim the series and does advance on in the tournament. I believe Harstem is going to be advancing on to face off against Creator. Oh god, Jesus. Creator in the next round. So best of luck to Harstem, as we have an insane lineup here of players. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the player lineup yourself, as we are wrapping up for the broadcast. I say that, let's catch up on, there we go, catch up on the bracket itself. Now this challenge page has not been updated. I believe we have already wrapped up most of the first round, but you can also see the players that we have lined up here, right? We have Moja, we have Baby Marine, Solar, SOS, Goblin, Skillis, Cristiano, Cure, Nightmare, Spirit, Trigger, Max Pax, Byun, Ryung, and many others. So a Creator towards the end. So again, it's a pretty hefty lineup of players. We mentioned before, is it like 26 Protoss? Something crazy? Yes, 26 Protoss, 10 Terran, and 9 Zerg players for this tournament. And it's going to take a couple of months. It's going to take a couple of months to work our way through it. We just wrapped up day two of the event. I believe Steadfast covered day 1, and the challenge page will eventually be updated. Will be updated with these matches. I don't have the ability to report scores. But eventually will be updated, and we'll be able to update the Wikipedia page as well. And bearing in mind, this is double elimination. True, it's double elimination, baby. Scrolling down, actually, if I scroll down here, you can see at the bottom there. See, Harstem and Mute. So Harstem, he just took down Mute 2-1. Bam, Creator is waiting for him. We have Art versus Homono into Mana. We have Jumi getting a walkover. We have GG Machine versus Night Phoenix into Byun. And of course, many other matches. We just wrapped up the Shameless series earlier. Shameless taking down UD Soldier into Cham, into the winner of Geralt, Art, and Jomek. So again, a lot of matches up here. And again, as we scroll down, bam, there's the lower bracket. We have all these matches in the lower bracket as well. It takes a long time to work through this event. Multiple days. We are wrapping up here for today's broadcast, and we'll be back most likely next week with some more OSC mid-season playoffs. As a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the supports. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the morning broadcast. If you're curious, we're going to be live later on tonight here, bam, with some more content, with some more StarCraft. We just wrapped up with our Thursday morning cast. You can see, unfortunately, our graphic wasn't updated, but we did have a Thursday morning OSC cast that leads into RSL. That's going to be at 7 p.m. KST, and right after RSL, we have the Pond cast. So, bam, from one to the other. You can see we have RSL, the Rival StarCraft League, every day for the next 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We are going to be covering that here on the channel. We're going to be co-streaming. The event, just as a heads up. We also have the Galaxy Cup, and we have Maestros of the game as well. So, a lot of content over the weekend. A lot of content here. And again, our next class is going to be at 8 p.m. AST. That is going to be in around 6 hours. 6 hours time, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft, and then we have the Pondcast after that as well. So, let's go, Bobby. Let's go. We'll do our best. We'll do our best to cover as much as we can, as always here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed. Bobby. We'll cast 1 billion PvPs. Yeah, that's how we do. Here on the CranKy Ducklings. Always. Oh no. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Find someone to raid. Who's live? I see Patches is live. I see Novea. Nina is live. Nina's still laddering Zerg. Eggs? Huevito. He's live again. It's been a while. Has been a while. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. But otherwise, we're going to be going on otherwise we're going to be heading off. And again, we're going to be back in 6 hours. Time for some more StarCraft. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.